never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. As many as 15 million people may be affected by flooding as another round of storms take aim at California. Forecasters say another atmospheric river is expected to bring heavy rains to the central and northern part of the state tomorrow. This comes as residents are still struggling with impassable roads, overflowing rivers, and a levee breach that forced evacuations in Monterey County. Some areas could see more than 6 inches of rainfall. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen ruling out a bailout for a failed California bank.
The reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again.
She appeared on CBS's Face the Nation. Yellen said she's been working through the weekend to find solutions for SVB depositors, but there will be no government bailout. Silicon Valley Bank collapsed Friday. Full impact of SVB's failure on the banking industry won't be known until trading resumes on Wall Street. North Korea's state-run news agency reporting that the country launched 2 missiles from a submarine in the Sea of Japan this morning. North Korea's military expressed satisfaction with the launch and claimed the missiles hit their target precisely after traveling more than 900 miles. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy planning to make surveillance footage from the January 6th Capitol riot widely available. He said he will slowly roll out the security video to every individual news agency, adding that his goal is transparency. His role in Everything Everywhere All at Once, Jamie Lee Curtis taking home the award for Best Supporting Actress in the same film at the Oscars tonight.
It looks like I'm standing up here by myself, but I am not. I am hundreds of people. I'm hundreds of people.
This is her first Oscar win and nomination. This is USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
Officials in Indonesia are halting tourism on the island of Java after a major volcano erupted. The National Management Agency reported clouds of hot ash and heavy lava flowing from Mount Merapi on the densely populated island. There was no word on casualties, but the last major eruption in 2010 killed more than 300 people and caused the evacuation of 20,000 villagers. Former Vice President Mike Pence is expressing his disapproval of former President Trump's involvement in the January 6th Capitol attack.
In one of his strongest rebukes of the former president, Pence said, quote, "I know history will hold Donald Trump accountable." Speaking Saturday at the Gridiron Dinner, an annual black tie event in Washington, Pence said Trump was wrong for trying to prevent him from certifying the election results in 2020. "I had no right to overturn the election," Pence said, "and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day." Pence, who is considering a run for the Republican nomination for president in 2024, was rushed out of the Capitol by law enforcement during the attack. I'm Jerry Barmash.
A bill banning drag shows on public properties advancing in the Kentucky General Assembly. It's easily passed the Senate and now heads to the House. Scream 6, slashing competition at the box office. The horror film is looking to overtake Creed 3 after grossing over $19 million on its opening day. Dave Collins, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, just like that, looky there. Time to get it all started another week. As we close out a Sunday, we'll work our way into a Monday, 13th of March. Where's everybody all rested up from that extra hour of sleep, right? Oh, sorry about that. We lost an hour of sleep. So everybody's dragging. Yeah, that's the deal. Did you set your clocks forward? Back to daylight savings time, right? Biological clock shock. Yeah, that's the word again. We're supposedly today, Monday, after that 1 hour change, according to the medical professionals, has a profound impact on your heart. Monday, after springing forward, a 24% increase in heart attacks. I've never really understood it. But that's the word from the American Heart Association. Scientific research supports the view losing an hour of much-needed sleep may not be the only thing to dread about springing forward. As we did Sunday morning, the time change negatively impacting heart and brain health. You have a little brain fog tonight? Study from New York presented at the American Heart Association's scientific sessions back in 2018 said hospital admissions for AFib, the most common type of irregular heartbeat, actually rise with daylight savings time. Actually, this week, the Monday through Thursday of this week, after we make that transition to spring forward, 3.13 AFib hospital admissions a day compared to 2.56 for the same days on average for the rest of the year. Yeah, no noticeable difference in AFib admissions on the Monday to Thursday following the fall back time, getting an extra hour of sleep. But yeah, today, the Monday following the time change, 24% increase in daily heart attack counts, and the Tuesday following the time change. Yeah, gaining an hour of sleep was conversely associated with a 21% reduction in heart attacks. So indeed, it works both ways. Stroke rates also increase with the time change. Researchers found the overall rate of ischemic stroke 8% higher during the first 2 days after springing forward. Well, we were supposed to be trying to adjust our biological clocks last week to get ready for the transition. Did anybody actually take any steps to avoid feeling extremely tired here for our back-to-work Monday? No, I did not. But trust you had a good weekend. Yeah, remember we'll be finding clocks. I know there's several clocks in my place that I've neglected to change the time this past day. I had a heck of a time getting my atomic clock to sync up. Couldn't find a connection for some reason. I spent several hours changing batteries and everything. What's wrong with this thing? I gotta get the exact time here because we are on a clock. But welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios here at our secret bunker, Southwest Ohio. All right, the big word. And, Friday morning, sat up for a few hours and went to get some rest. And during the afternoon hours and went out to eat with the family and had some friends over. And he was saying, what do you think about the bank collapse? Said, what bank collapse? Hadn't heard a thing about it. It happened during the middle of the day on Friday. It's been the big discussion over the weekend. Some predicting we could have Armageddon with the banks if the government didn't step in. So we'll give you all the background. What's going on with this bank? Matter of fact, a second bank was actually shuttered this past day, Sunday. Now, the big bank was the Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. And, of course, that shuttered on Friday. A lot of people didn't get their direct deposits. Payroll didn't go through. They had to spend the weekend. You imagine you can't get any money out of the bank. Go to your ATM. Nope. How many people are affected by this? So, again, the background, the government did here just a few hours ago issue a statement saying that they have indeed stepped in. It's not per se a, quote, bank bailout. But Janet Yellen is saying that everybody will have access to their funds when the banks open here on Monday morning. We'll explain how that's going to work. If everybody's going to have their funds, somebody's got to pay for it. That sounds to me like a bank bailout. Yellen tries to explain, no, it's not. The burden will not be covered by the taxpayers. It will be covered by some sort of fees that are charged to the rest of the banking community all over the country. Of course, first thing that comes to my mind, just like everything else, well, if the banks are gonna have to pay more fees to cover this, what do the banks do? Well, the banks kind of increase their fees or increase the cost of using your ATM. Instead of $2.99, they'll raise it to $3.99 or $4.99. Everything gets passed on to the people in one form or fashion. We'll break it all down for you. Meanwhile, around the country, as far as travelers' weather is concerned, what do we see as we get ready for the new week? Overall, it's a much cooler morning. I'll tell you what, we had, for folks in the southeast, get ready for a bit of winter shock after very spring-like temperatures. I mean, yes, the flowers are blooming or sprouting, and the leaves are about to come out. The buds are out. Got freeze warnings way into the deep south for Tuesday evening. We're talking all the way down into the southern portions of Alabama, northern two-thirds of Mississippi, about the northern half of Georgia. There's freeze watches in place there. So let's start with that. Much of the country, no stranger to big swings in weather this time of year. Spring-like weather often being followed by a more wintry pattern here in the month of March. And this is going to be the case in the southeast, with high temperatures and thunderstorms for some to start the week, followed by a quick return to winter by the time we get to midweek. Residents enjoying the warmer weather on Sunday since the winds are flowing counterclockwise around this area of low pressure over the plain states. That begins to usher in some cooler temperatures. Now, near the Gulf Coast, generally south of, say, the I-20 corridor, there is enough energy present for some storms to possibly turn severe. Thunderstorms will fire up over Mississippi or eastern Louisiana, moving east through the evening hours. And as a matter of fact, at this hour, it's pretty much down to the panhandle region of Florida and the southernmost reaches of Georgia, where there are some pretty decent showers, thunderstorms. By later in the day, Monday into Tuesday, that storm's going to bring a big change in the weather pattern. As that low pressure slides northward, it's going to develop into a good old-fashioned nor'easter, according to forecasters in the northeast. Bringing enough cold air for a major snowstorm in the Northeast, but also going to send temperatures crashing further south between now and Wednesday. Atlanta, Georgia, for example, where highs have been in the 60s and 70s every day so far in the month of March. Many are going to be shocked by the change. A low of 34 for Monday night. The mercury plunging to the freezing mark on Tuesday night. In some of the chillier northern suburbs like Kennesaw and Lawrenceville, Georgia, lows are going to be in the 20s probably by the time we get to Tuesday night. Chilly air may make it even to places one would not expect, so like Florida, Tallahassee. Temperatures have been running above average so far in March. You're set to plunge into the upper 30s Tuesday night. Similarly, cold air for Jacksonville, forecasting a low in the upper 30s. You typically would be looking at lows around 50 this time of year. Of course, you get further north, temperatures are going to be even lower. After dropping to about freezing Monday night, you'll be into the 20s for Charlotte, 3 straight nights below freezing in Richmond, Virginia. Downtown Washington, D.C. may struggle to reach the 20s due to the urban heat island effect, though many of the city's western and northern suburbs will probably drop into the middle and upper 20s by Tuesday night. As the case typically is with any warm or cold weather in March, the pattern not likely to last long. By late this week, we'll again see a shift in the jet stream, and that'll bring a quick warm-up across the southeast. Kind of a sure sign that spring is not too far away, but get ready for a bit of a shock there in the south. For those that have been out and about in the shorts and the short sleeves, going to have to trade in for those jeans and long sleeves again for a few days, especially in the early morning hours when headed off to work or school. It is 844-3388. I think we've got a lot of things to update you on as we get the new week started. Kind of an action-packed weekend as far as the news is concerned. So we'll delve right into it coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, hello to Philly Dan. Getting things started here for the new week, where it's 40 degrees in Philly. Good to have you on board. Have a great day. Hello to the Roadmaster. There's Debbie, southern Montana. Looks like all roads in south central Montana bare and dry. Good news, 27, no weather expected for a few days here. Have a safe ride. God bless. All right, that's good news. Hammered out in southern Montana. Timothy says, the morning snow that we saw has melted. It's a chilly 33 here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Marianne, morning. Mr. Summers and the overnight family. Have a great day. Daniel, good morning from Denver, Colorado. I guess technically it's good evening from Denver, Colorado, right? 37 degrees on the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Pappy says it's his Friday. Let's get this week started. Hope all you nocturnal listeners set your clocks forward and not back. With that said, hammer down, be safe. Let's roll, let's go. All right, Toledo, Ohio. There's Canadian Terry checking in. Southbound on 75, it's 34 degrees, kind of dreary tonight. Yeah, everybody enjoy that extra hour of daylight driving time that you'll be seeing now. There you go. It's 30 degrees, feel like 18, windy in northwest Illinois. Hello to Roy. Good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. Clouds 47. Can you believe we have a freeze watch here? Yes, indeed. Yes, you do. Hey, horse feathers. Where's the big nor'easter? Yeah, it's coming your way. Yeah, it is. I'll break that down for you coming up here momentarily. Hello to Cookie. Yeah, the time change messed me all up. I'll be up for a while as I work at falling asleep. But hello to all the truck drivers and fellow insomniacs tonight. Good to have you with us, Cookie. Hope you're doing well. Hillbilly Tex, what's going on? 49 degrees, cloudy, calling for a little light freeze by daylight as we're tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the big I-75. There's Buckeye Boy in St. Petersburg, Florida. 74 degrees. I'm close to 275. I was eating dinner at a restaurant in front of the hotel when 17 sheriff cars and an ambulance streaked by, got on 275 and headed south. Never did hear what happened, but I got my delivery off 6 p.m. this past day. We'll be hanging out here till Wednesday to pick up and head back home. Going to try to get around to golfing Tuesday with Captain Ron. We were going to play tomorrow, but looks like it's a pretty good chance for rain. But have a great night. Everyone be careful out there. Rubber Duck, ironically, another California bank. Yeah, my parents went through the Lincoln Savings and Loan failure a number of years ago. All right, indeed, 5-7, copy in the mail. Kenneth, what you got going on there? Why is Steve Summers looking to the right? I see he does that all the time. The right is where the clock is on the wall. And seeing as I have to hit my marks, I'm just making sure I'm not getting too far behind, right? A couple minutes before news break. But yeah, the clock is on the corner over there. And of course, my computer screen's a call screener directly in front of me. All right, Janet Yellen and I guess all the banking aficionados, everybody's been scrambling through the weekend. How do we prevent the ripple effect, what they call the contagion? If the people lose faith that their money is safe in the bank. Yeah, I think I mentioned last week, we all got a prime example of what a run on the bank looks like with It's a Wonderful Life. Everybody runs to the bank to get their money, but all that money's not there. Over the weekend, the billionaire hedge fund manager, Bill Ackman, says economic meltdown within hours of the banks opening Monday morning if they do not take action, urging the government to step in and protect all the depositors. Because he said inaction would lead to ripple effects across the smaller banks throughout the country. The worry, customers rush to withdraw cash from their accounts, fearing instability across the banking system, with a very real possibility of a domino effect. So, of course, he was urging the government take action, fix a soon-to-be irreversible mistake by Monday morning to prevent that from occurring. That ominous warning, just hours after Greg Becker, the chief executive of SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, sent a video message to employees of the bank acknowledging what he called an incredibly difficult 48 hours leading up to its collapse on Friday. Now, indeed, Janet Yellen had been saying there will not be a bailout for the banks as they have done in the past. But she did just announce emergency measures to fully protect deposits at Silicon Valley Bank. That, just as Ackman was warning, to avert a panic come opening bell this Monday morning. Treasury Department, the Federal Reserve, and the FDIC have revealed the plan in a joint statement, which says today we are taking decisive actions to protect the U.S. economy, strengthening public confidence in our banking system. Now, that's what the statement read, and hopefully cooler minds will prevail later this morning. She broke it down after conferring with, she said, the president and the banking regulators. We have authorized the plan that fully protects all depositors. How's that going to work? And there's a whole lot of money, like $150 billion in that collapse that were not covered by the FDIC. We'll explain how it's going to work coming up here.
USA News Update. As many as 15 million people may be affected by flooding as another round of storms take aim at California. Forecasters say another atmospheric river is expected to bring heavy rains to the central and northern part of the state tomorrow. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen ruling out a bailout for a failed California bank.
The reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again.
She appeared on CBS's Face the Nation. Yellen said she's been working through the weekend to find solutions for SVB depositors, but there will be no government bailout. Silicon Valley Bank collapsed Friday. Full impact of SVB's failure on the banking industry won't be known until trading resumes on Wall Street. Ki Kwan is taking home the Best Supporting Actor award for his role in Everything Everywhere All at Once. Jamie Lee Curtis wins Best Supporting Actress from the same film. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, our number, 844-844-3388. So how's this going to work? We're going to fully protect all depositors. Depositors will have access to, she says, all their money starting Monday, March 13th. No losses associated with the resolution of Silicon Valley Bank will be borne by the taxpayers. It's not a bank bailout. Shareholders and certain unsecured debt holders will not be protected, she explains. Senior management has also been removed. Any losses to the Deposit Insurance Fund, the FDIC, to support the uninsured depositors will be recovered by a special assessment on the banks as required by law, she says. Regulators also announced a similar measure for a New York-based Signature Bank, which was closed on Sunday. So 2 bank failures over the weekend. All right, all depositors in this institution will be made whole, according to the joint statement. In addition, the Fed announced late this past evening they'll make extra funding available at eligible depository institutions to help ensure banks can satisfy the requirements of all their depositors. So a lot of people questioning, well, if the FDIC insures your money, here's the key. The FDIC insures your account up to $250,000. So for regular Joe Blow like me, I'm covered, right? Yeah, Rubber Duck says, well, in my case, if the bank fails, I'll lose $6, sarcastically. But seriously though, so the feds, the F in FDIC, are not going to provide the insurance like they're supposed to. Yes, up to $250,000. My understanding is Silicon Valley Bank dealt with a lot of small businesses in the tech sector. So you had businesses with, say, maybe millions of dollars. If you had $3 million and the FDIC is going to cover $250,000, that's what the concern was. Yeah, people could potentially lose millions of dollars. And that's always been the case. Although the FDIC protects deposits up to $250,000, the concern is about deposits above that. Many smaller businesses were at risk of being unable to make payroll, which my understanding is correct. Many of those were held off over the weekend. Everybody's being told, your money's not here right now. It'll be here Monday, okay? Just hang in there, hang in there. Officials were keeping a close watch on the wider sector, as we just heard in the news break there. Question mark. How does the markets react to this come the opening bell this morning? More than 3,500 CEOs and founders representing 220,000 workers signed a petition started by Y Combinator appealing to Yellen to backstop the depositors, warning that more than 100,000 jobs could be at risk. With $209 billion in assets, this Santa Clara, California-based lender was the 16th largest U.S. bank, making the list of potential buyers who could pull off a deal relatively short. The FDIC, which was appointed receiver on Friday, trying to find another bank that might be willing to merge with SVB. That's all. This has been going on behind the scenes all weekend. Industry executives said such a deal would have to be a sizable bank for anyone that would likely require regulators to give special guarantees and make some other allowances. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy told Sunday Morning Futures that President Biden's administration and the Federal Reserve are working to come up with an announcement before the markets open on Monday, which indeed that has taken place now. But what happened with SVB? Depends on who you ask. Pretty much everybody could say it was bad management, the leadership at the bank. Some of the things that they were doing, investing in, were just downright, kind of reminiscent to me of, look what happened with your Central States Pension Fund, which many in the trucking industry are familiar with. It was the bad investments that ultimately led to the near collapse, the insolvency, until they were bailed out, which the American taxpayers are covering that. But it started out as a record run on the bank Friday. For much of the day, anyone doing an analysis on the now liquidated Silicon Valley Bank, it was confined to using stale financial data from as of December 31st. We certainly were analyzing the impact of SVB's contagion. For those who slept through the day, here's what you missed and why the U.S. banking system is suffering its worst crisis since 2020 with the shuttering of Silicon Valley Bank. Funded by over $173 billion in deposits, of which they say $151.5 billion with the B were not insured. This bank has long been viewed as the bank at the heart of the U.S. startup industry due to its singular focus on venture capital firms. In many ways, it kind of echoes the issues we saw with Silvergate, which banked crypto firms almost exclusively. What happened in the 24 hours to not only snuff the bank's proposed equity offering, but to actually push them into insolvency? We got the answer after a tweet when the California Department of Financial Protection reported that shortly after the bank announced a loss of approximately $1.8 billion from a sale of investments and was conducting a capital rise, which we now know failed. And despite the bank being in sound financial condition prior to March the 9th, investors and depositors reacted by initiating withdrawals run on the bank. $42 billion in deposits from the bank on March the 9th. That's the proverbial, again, run on the bank. As a result of this furious drain, as the close of business last Thursday, the bank had a negative cash balance of approximately $958 million. At this point, despite attempts from the bank with the assistance of regulators to transfer collateral from various other sources, the bank did not meet its cash letter with the Federal Reserve. The precipitous deposit withdrawal has caused the bank to be incapable of paying its obligations as they came due. The bank is insolvent, in other words. A little bit of context. SIVB had $173 billion in deposits as of December 31, which means that in just a few hours, a historic bank run drained a quarter of the bank's funding. But not everybody got out in time, obviously. There's a long line of depositors with well over 250,000 FDIC's insured limit. In fact, only somewhere between 3 and 7% of total deposits are actually insured. Yeah, they shared a list in the amounts of some of the companies. Roku, you familiar with Roku? Had 26% of its cash, which translates to $487 million with Silicon Valley Bank. So do you understand? You've got $487 million, of which $250,000 is guaranteed. You imagine if they said, sorry about your luck? This is the concern. BlockFi has $227 million in unprotected funds. Roblox has 5% of its $3 billion cash and securities held at Silicon Valley Bank, and the list goes on and on. All these businesses with literally millions and or billions, which would be unprotected by the FDIC. So over the weekend, the $64 trillion question: was the bank run sparked by the bank's attempted capital rise, which followed a modest $1.8 billion in losses as the bank sold its AFS holdings trying to boost liquidity, or was it the result of an external influence? What we mean by that is it was reported that several prominent venture capitalists like Peter Thiel advised their tech startups to get your money out of the bank on Thursday. Would the bank run have happened if it wasn't for the urging of those likes? And another question: why would some of the VC, the venture capital luminaries, actually encourage a bank run? Well, they proposed one possible answer. And while such a course of action by venture capitalists would be understandable, if ethically questionable, what it's perhaps more notable is what Bloomberg reported. Citing the information, it wasn't just Peter Thiel, the Peter Thiels of the world. Prominent venture capitalists advised their startups get your money from Silicon Valley Bank, while mega institutions like J.P. Morgan Chase and companies sought to convince some SVB customers to move their funds Thursday by touting the safety of their assets. Let's get it straight. The largest U.S. commercial bank was actively soliciting the clients of one of their biggest competitors, the 16th largest U.S. bank, knowing full well a deposit flight would certainly lead to the collapse of a bank, which, courtesy of fractional reserve banking, had only modest cash to satisfy deposit demands. Certainly not enough to meet $42 billion in deposit outflows. So there's still questions. Others say, and we've heard this a lot in the last several years, you go woke, you go broke. What was going on behind the scenes? Some are blaming the collapse on the volatile bond markets and rising interest rates. The co-founder of Home Depot, Bernie Marcus, claiming that the company became too focused on woke issues like LGBTQ plus activism and environmental alarmism rather than their shareholders. Tell you more about, I saw some of the interview with Bernie. Makes you kind of question. Yeah, you go woke, you go broke. I think never has there been a more shining example of that, according to Bernie. But we'll give you more coming up and, of course, get to your calls. Horse Feathers out of the box and room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, Bernie Marcus, again, co-founder of Home Depot, said these banks are badly run because everybody's focused on diversity and all the woke issues and not concentrating on the one thing they should, which is shareholder returns. Speaking on Neil Cavuto over the weekend, instead of protecting the shareholders and their employees, they're more concerned about their social policies. And I think SVB is probably a badly run bank to begin with. But a quick scan through their social media posts, kind of supporting Bernie's assertion, as recently as this month, just days before it went into receivership with the FDIC, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, discussed decarbonization and the importance of women entrepreneurs. Perhaps even more concerning, SVB's chief risk officer in Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, Jay Ersfan, spent much of her time discussing the various sexual orientations of employees rather than evaluating risk. So give me a break. Now, Bernie did say it's not just the woke issues. They certainly participated in many woke programs and seemed to make some hires based on diversity, equity, inclusion. Not blaming the bank's collapse entirely on woke activism. He also places some of the blame on the decisions of the Biden administration. I think the system that the administration has pushed many of these banks into as to being more concerned about global warming than they do about shareholder return. And maybe the American people will finally wake up and understand we're living in tough times right now, that in fact, a recession may have already started. Who knows? But it doesn't look good, says Bernie. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. So is it a recession that may have started or a depression? I don't know. But, yeah, so I was going to ask there if anything that's going on there with the Federal Reserve there raising the interest rate. And geez, we had Pocahontas out there swinging the bat for us there, putting the Fed chairman's feet to the fire the other day.
Yeah,
Did you catch that?
Yes, I certainly did. I shared that. I mean, I don't agree with Elizabeth Warren, but yeah, she was grilling him on, pretty much the fact that your policies, you're continuing to raise interest rates, is going to kill, what'd you say, 2 million jobs by the end of this year? Are you just willing to continue on this path and sacrifice those 2 million jobs? And he pretty much said, well, yeah.
Well, of course, this is just completely uncharted territory. We've never been through anything like this before. He's doing the best he can, Your Honor. Oh, wait a minute. We have been through stuff like this. I think I think there's a whole big book written from when Ronald Reagan was president, and pretty much the Federal Reserve did the same thing they're doing right now, and it was pretty much figured out at the end that if they left everything alone, it would have taken care of the financial part would have taken care of itself all by itself without them sticking their fingers in it. So I don't know. Maybe we should go back in history and see what happened when get in that Wayback Machine there, get Mr. Peabody out and fire up the Wayback Machine and go back to the 80s and see what happened. I don't know, because the DeLorean still is wrecked, right? They haven't rebuilt the DeLorean there from Back to the Future. So we have to use the Wayback Machine.
Correct. Way back.
But yeah. So anyways, what's the deal with this nor'easter now? Who was it? Philly Dan there said it was 40 up there in Philly, and I just gotten across the Macy-Dixie line on 95 there coming south, and I was at 41, so I thought I was doing good, but then I got down here across the Susquehanna, and I'm back out in the countryside of Maryland up here, and I'm down to 37 now. So, and we got decent enough rain, misty rain. We got to have the wipers on now. So we got this nor'easter coming. I mean, is this going to change the 3 feet of snow, or what's going to happen with all this?
This is going to be, hey, remember that old term, the bomb cyclone? Yeah, between now and Tuesday, this storm, it's the storm in the southeast. It's going to head up the East Coast and go through bombogenesis, bomb cyclone coming your way.
Well, isn't that what kind of happened at Hurricane Sandy there that kind of wiped out the coast of New Jersey and everything?
Yep.
Yeah. So anyways, is it going to go out to sea more, or is it going to stay over land, or is it going to go out to sea and then go up and really get like Long Island and New England, or is it supposed to ride up the whole coast and get the whole Mid-Atlantic and everything on the way?
Well, see, there's a little bit of uncertainty in there's one system going across the Great Lakes, the other in the south. They're all supposed to come together and combine, and that's when it's going to undergo that rapid intensification. But I'll break down what they're telling. I'm not really seeing anything as far as forecasts, snow amount numbers, but they're saying it could be a big snowmaker.
All right. Well, other than that, I don't know. We don't have a whole lot to report there. I got to go up Saturday and play with a group there that is part of the preservation of fire apparatus there. I forget what the whole acronym goes there, but they call it SPAMFA, and it's kind of the American Truck Historical Society thing that the fire apparatus does. So anyways, there's a group there that's pretty active there in the York, Pennsylvania area, and so I went up there, and my fire truck did stay home because I still haven't got the fuel tank put back in it yet, but we're getting closer. We got everything we need to do to put it together, but warm weather. Now I don't know what the deal is. February was beautiful. I could have gotten all this done in February if I had everything together, but I wasn't ready. And now March gets here and it's freezing. I can't do what I need to do with the lower temperatures. So, so I'm waiting for better weather. But anyways, I went up and played with them, and the city of York had their first St. Patrick's Day parade since COVID. They got shut down because of March of 20. Remember 2020, March of 2020? Everybody had to.
Oh, yeah. How could I forget? Yeah, and I forget. This week it is St. Patty's Day this week, isn't it? Isn't it like kegs and eggs? Is that this morning? Yeah, we got to pause there. It's news break time. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy planning to make surveillance footage from the January 6th Capitol riot widely available.
My goal here is transparency, and we will slowly roll out to every individual news agency. They can come see the tapes as well.
McCarthy made the comments today. He vowed to let everyone see the tapes to bring their own judgment. The California Republican recently came under fire for giving Fox News host Tucker Carlson exclusive access to thousands of hours of footage from the attack. Lady Gaga ended up taking the stage at the Oscars tonight. The singer performed Hold My Hand from Top Gun Maverick. Both the song and film are nominated for awards. Variety reports her appearance seemed to be a last-minute decision, as Gaga was said to be skipping the awards due to filming demands. One senior Republican lawmaker has major reservations about the spending blueprint from the White House.
The only way I know how to improve the president's budget is with a shredder.
Appearing on Fox News Sunday, Louisiana Senator John Kennedy tore into the $6.8 trillion proposal.
You don't know what you're talking about. He basically said, speaking to Republicans, if you talk about Social Security or Medicare, I'm going to call you a mean, bad person.
Many believe the president's fiscal plan is dead on arrival in the GOP majority House anyway. The bracket for the NCAA men's basketball tournament is out, starting Tuesday with a couple of first four matchups in Dayton, Ohio. Alabama is the number one overall seed, while Houston, defending champion Kansas, and Purdue are the other top seeds. The Big Ten and SEC did pretty well. They had the most bids, with 8 teams from each conference making the field. This year's Final Four will be held in Houston, Texas. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Facebook's parent company, Meta, is looking into a new social media platform that may rival Twitter. A spokesperson told The Hill that they think there is an opportunity for a separate space where creators and public figures can share timely updates about their interests. Rival social media platforms have grown in popularity since Elon Musk took over as CEO of Twitter. State senators in West Virginia have rejected a bill that would have banned underage marriage in all circumstances. The measure in question was voted down 9-8 this week by the State Judiciary Committee. Minors in West Virginia as young as 16 can tie the knot with parental permission. Any younger, and a waiver from a judge is required. SpaceX is celebrating another successful mission.
157 days in space.
SpaceX Dragon splashdown.
The SpaceX Dragon capsule splashed down yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing 2 astronauts, another from Japan, and 1 Russian cosmonaut back to Earth. The crew spent 5 months in orbit aboard the International Space Station. Legendary Minnesota Viking head coach Bud Grant has died at 95. The team made the announcement Saturday morning. They said they're absolutely devastated by the terrible news. Grant led the Vikings to 4 Super Bowl appearances during his long career with the team. He also became the first head coach to lose 4 Super Bowls. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, thank you so much. Back on a Monday, oh boy, after our spring forward weekend. Guess that means the grandkids will be going to the bus stop in the dark again this morning, huh? Yep. To answer Horse Feather's question, folks in the Northeast and New England, get ready. Bracing for a powerful nor'easter as we kick off the week. 2 components will join forces across New England. One element is tracking across the upper Midwest into the interior Northeast. The primary piece is going to be marching across the southeast off the Carolina coast before swinging north and intensifying. All right, the leading feature is going to push northward along the mid-Atlantic coast overnight tonight into now into Tuesday. With the storm center deepening as it swings into New England, this storm will have the potential to develop into a bomb cyclone. Packing a punch in terms of winds, damaging winds, snowfall amounts, and impacts along the coast. In other words, rapid intensification. When the pressure drops in the center of a storm, it creates a giant vacuum effect. Air then rushes toward the center in the form of powerful winds, kind of similar to how a hurricane develops. So get ready for winds ranging from 40 to 50 miles per hour across the Appalachians, northern Virginia, Maryland, central and eastern PA, southern New York. Gusts can approach 50 to 60 miles per hour along the spines of the Appalachians, as well as parts of New Jersey and southeastern New York, on northward into parts of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia there in Canada. Strongest winds look to be along the coastal areas, the Connecticut, Rhode Island, southeastern Massachusetts, and Maine. 60, 70 miles per hour gusts to 80 miles per hour. So undoubtedly concerned about power outages across the region, downed trees, blowing snow. As this thing ramps up along the coast, Boston, the winds are going to begin to pick up today. You'll be seeing your peak winds there on Tuesday. All right, Sunday into Monday, our time frame right now, the feature tracking across the Great Lakes, bringing a light snow across parts of Ohio, the higher terrain of West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New York. Rain mixes in with a few flakes across southern Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, and southern Massachusetts later in the day today. It looks like just plain old rain for your Washington, D.C., Baltimore area, and much of New Jersey today. But get ready for things to begin going downhill. There you go. So they're not mentioning snowfall amounts at this point.
All right. So it sounds like I'm going to get wet all night tonight, though, huh?
Probably a fair. I mean, what I'm looking on the radar right now is it's just a little bit of light rain over in your region there. A lot of rain offshore, and I guess if I put it in motion, the circulation's going to begin trying to swing it back inward. Right now, everything's moving from west to east, though, so you don't have no onshore flow just yet.
All right. Well, just keep it out there. I don't need to get swamped here, So I did a good job. I did a good job sleeping through that daylight savings time thing you did there. I slept through all of that. So, so anyways, to get back to Saturday there, as I say, it was up in York, PA there. It was the first, I'm going to write down two numbers here, 4551 before I forget. All right, so it was the first St. Patrick's Day parade they've had because March of 2020 there, everything got canceled because everybody had to stay home. And I guess 21, we were still doing COVID. And I don't know, it was still too bad in 22. But so anyways, I got to do the parade. And this group here, they're called the Old Fire Farts. And I guess I'm starting to fit into that category from what I've attempted to do here with these groups a couple of times. And I found out that what I'm doing now at 55 ain't what I used to do when I was about 18 and 20.
Yeah, right?
Because, I'll tell you what, it kicked my ass last summer trying to do a couple things I thought I could do. So I think it's a good thing that I own the fire engine and I'll be operating it instead of being at the other end doing the other stuff that I used to like to do. And I don't know, it's hard to give up on those good things. But anyways, I was up there with a great bunch of people. We had, I think 5 or 6 pieces of apparatus. Oldest one was a 1935 Seagrave. Everything else stretched up there somewhere around to the late 70s, early 80s there. So my 73 would have fit right in, but we'll have to wait till next year. And but we decorated everything all up there and got everything all in shamrocks and green and gold and dressed a couple people up as leprechauns and anyways, we marched down through the parade, and they had some of them green plastic fire helmets to hand out to all the youngins.
Yeah.
And so I was helping do that, and I didn't dress up too much in a lot of the extra green. I had my green John Deere cap on, but I'll tell you what, the weather we had there, it wasn't bad weather. It was pretty bright, but there was a pretty sharp breeze blowing. So I was wearing my turnout gear, Your Honor. I was nice and toasty warm in my turnout gear, but I'll tell you what, there was a lot of people up there. I give them a lot of credit for the parade work they did and standing out there waiting. I mean, they had bagpipers piping out there in their kilts, and the breeze was just blowing up their dresses. And I'm just telling you, Your Honor, sometimes you just can't unsee things. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, boy.
Some things you just can't unsee when the bagpiper's skirt gets blowed up. So anyways, that's beside the point. Wait, how do we even get to that? Gotta love St. Patrick's Day. Drink more green beer. So anyways, we marched down through, and I got done giving out plastic fire hats. We run out of them, and I started handing out candy out of buckets. And I don't know if it's the city of York or if it's something new or what, but they aren't allowed in this parade. They weren't allowed to throw the candy from the vehicles. You had to have streetwalkers hand the candy out. You couldn't, because I guess they were trying to be careful because they didn't want kids running out in the street to pick up the candy as the parade's going through and take any chances of any of the spectators, children, and the youngins getting squashed by a purple dinosaur float or something like that. So I guess it was all good, but they that group there, the old Fire Farts, they got the #1 award there for antique vehicles. So I guess I was pretty pleased to be part of that and help them out and have them get that. And then they did all the prep work at a pizza shop, and so the pizza shop invited us back to have pizza there. So we had us a little pizza party afterwards and had a good day there. So
good time.
Anyways, it's I guess that's the kickoff to my season here, to start getting things ready. And I got to get working, and I got 3 pieces of equipment tore apart right now. I got to try to get put back together here before too much. Hopefully by the end of the month, I get 2 of them put together at least. And the fire truck, man, I tell you what, really, I need all 3 of them put together by the end of the month. But I'm hoping to get everything back together, and then I got to see if I can figure out a way to do some fundraising. I haven't figured it out yet. I guess maybe I got to talk to a couple of these people that run car shows. I don't know if anybody has any ideas for me out there. I'm open to anything. So if you got me on Facebook, shoot me an idea. If you got ideas, don't hesitate, because I mean, even if you can't help me out financially, if you can come up with some ideas for me, ideas how to fundraise, people, if you know of a business that I should contact to say, hey, this is what Hot Shot Secret does for us, and this is what TNC Radio Live does for us, and if you can help us out, anything's appreciated. And they do take gifts for the auction that can be raffled off. So I mean, even if it's not a monetary donation, there's all kinds of things, or if you got a group of kids that needs like the scouting type people, and they want to do a project to donate, if some sort of craft project or something they want to donate to be raffled off. I mean, all of that's welcome. So there's multiple ways to participate in this. And, if you want to do it through me, that's great. Or, if you want to just, send it in and say, hey, we heard about it, and we're way over here in California or wherever you're at, just you can all be a part of it there and be a part of it with us. So, but anyways, I'm thinking about trying to talk to a couple of these car shows and see if I enter my fire truck in a car show there, if it's okay for me to try to fundraise while I'm there doing it, hang out to Make-A-Wish stuff and the Hot Shot Secret stuff and TNC Radio. If we get something from them, we can hang out. We'll advertise for anybody. We're not proud. You give us money, we'll advertise for you. So
there you go.
There might be one radio station in Cincinnati we might not advertise for, but that's just personal problem with that. But I don't know. Anyways. How do we get there? But anyways, now I guess we've tied up enough airtime for you here. I know it is Monday, and we're expecting the big bomb cyclone and everything. So maybe we can get a few more out there to call in and see what's going on across the country.
See if we can find an intelligent caller. Okay, let's Let's do that. Hello, Big John. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Everyone have a safe day out there. On the way to the big Gatlinburg this weekend. Everybody drive safe. Have a great week, and we'll talk at you later. There you go. Thank you so much. Big John, good to have you on board. All right, so apparently the president will address the American people this morning. The question mark is, can the chaos from Silicon Valley Bank be contained? Big question, right? Dave just sent me a link that many are claiming. He said, I will see if this happens, if I can pull it up here. Yeah, and I think I've seen some of this. Americans must decide now. Withdraw cash or wait until it's stolen. That was from the Pete Santilli show, I guess, this past day, right? Authorities unveiled their sweeping measure, which I shared just a bit ago, to rescue depositors' money. As they, at the same time, announced a second tech-friendly bank was closed this past day with the two bank failures. The president vowed to hold fully accountable the people responsible for this mess. Says he's going to deliver remarks on Monday morning about maintaining a resilient banking system. The American people and American businesses can have confidence their bank deposits will be there when they need them, he said. In a joint statement, as we already shared, all the money, they say, will be accessible starting this morning, and the taxpayers will not foot the bill. The core goal of this move is to reassure customers, the people, they'll have their money to meet payroll, to keep their businesses operating, to make sure households can pay their rent or the mortgage or any of their bills, says the FDIC, or the Federal Reserve, that is. Now, the Fed, the FDIC, and the Treasury, in their joint statement, depositors in Signature Bank, that's the second bank closure, a New York-based regional-sized lender with a lot of cryptocurrency exposure that was shut down on Sunday after their stock price tanked, would also be made whole as far as depositors. And in a potentially major development, the Fed announced they'd make extra funding available to banks to help meet the needs of depositors, which would include withdrawals. I think they're pretty much almost predicting some people, regardless of what is being said or done by the Fed and the FDIC, people are going to take some of their money. Or maybe, I don't know, is it all their money? We are taking decisive action to protect the economy and strengthening public confidence in our banking system. The U.S. banking system remains resilient on a solid foundation, due in large part to reforms and banking industry safeguards that were undertaken after the financial crisis back in 2008. Does this almost not seem kind of a deja vu-ish to that? All right, avoiding contagion is the word. The FDIC guarantees deposits, but only up to $250,000 per client per bank. Federal banking law, however, would allow the FDIC to protect uninsured deposits in a failure. Failure to do so would pose systemic risk, they say. Hours before Sunday's joint statement, Janet Yellen said the government wants to avoid contagion from the implosion here, ruling out once again a bailout. With the bank's failure and its billions in deposits up in the air, officials from the three agencies racing through the weekend to craft a solution before the financial markets opened in Asia to avert a potential financial panic. I guess technically, the Asian markets, some of them are actually up and running at this hour, right? I believe someone posted that Yeah, where is it? Someone said the Asian markets are down a bit, but it doesn't look like something over dramatic at this point in time. I could pull those numbers up, but it is 844-844-3388. Well, what do you say, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? It's my Friday. Steve, man, I'm telling you, self-praise kind of stinks. Steve, I knew nothing about this. Working all weekend. Haven't watched any news, turned on any radio, because you ain't on. First time hearing about this, man. It's the top of the hour here.
Wow.
And
like I said, it happened,
came to my mind.
It happens on middle of the day Friday. You know, it's a Friday afternoon. People are getting ready to go home for the weekend, and that's when it all started to unfold. Now, I've got a neighbor that is a part, and he works in the banking biz, and he said the word was coming out to them to watch for a potential bank run sort of thing. That's why they were furiously working over the weekend to come up with this announcement Sunday evening. Again, hoping that this doesn't spread.
Steve, you are well above the call here, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't I warn you this a couple weeks ago?
Seems like you did, yes.
Yeah, seems like. Come on, Steve.
Yes.
Get your brain going here. We were talking about bailouts and bail-ins. Remember that?
Yep.
I told you that the FDIC has how much money set aside?
This has been this is just like a couple weeks ago. You said how many? It was billions, but I mean just this one individual bank in California, 16th largest in the country. I mean, how many? 150 billion in uninsured deposit money there.
Yes, sir. And I don't know what the president's going to say. And he said he was going to give a talk in the morning.
This morning, later this morning. Yep.
Trusting me. I mean, usually these maybe he wants to try to get ahead of the game Monday morning to try to calm everybody down. But usually these kind of addresses, happen at night when you address the nation.
I just have a sneaky suspicion they're waiting for the opening bell Monday morning to see if things start going to hell real quick. I'm assuming that's what they're looking to do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Steve, I mean, the country's in a pickle, man, is all I can say. Man. Well, it looks like Tucker maybe won a little battle there. I got the message he sent me with his opening monologue.
His response there to Chuck and all them, he's like, he ain't worried about it. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So it sounds like Tucker going to get his way. There's going to be, Steve, listen to me. There's going to be more coming out. Pay attention to his show. You know what? It's Twitter files. Real quick, and I'll get off here. I know you're getting close to the bottom of the hour, but, we keep talking about the Twitter files, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I brought this up before, Steve, but maybe I didn't. Twitter kept hiring all these retired and ex-FBI agents, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a retired FBI agent, Steve, you maintain your security clearance. All these bigwigs, and the CIA, FBI, when they get out, they become consultants for these other companies, and they maintain their security clearances. And a lot of people are questioning, well, why are these people maintaining their security clearance? Well, also, Steve, that they gave other employees at Twitter security clearances. And I don't know if they're bearing the lead on this. Steve, this is, what the heck, man? So now you got employees at Twitter, or used to be, I don't know how many of them Musk gave the can to. But so they're going in there, and whoever's making some tweets that Twitter don't like, they got access to all your information. And are they sharing that with the government?
Mm-hmm.
So, man, Steve, I mean, I'm just saying,
So
man.
this is what the weaponization of government is supposed to be getting into, right?
Yeah. And I don't know. I said it's been decades in the making. I sure as hell hope it don't take decades to straighten out. We need to get on the ball here, put this puppy in fourth gear, and get her done. Straighten this country out, man.
Yep.
All right, I know you're getting close to the bottom of the hour, man. I appreciate it, but yeah, when I heard that, I thought, oh man, I kind of gave you a heads up on that a week or so ago.
The irony, right? Because literally, it's been about 2 weeks ago when you brought those numbers up. Yep.
Yeah. Didn't mean to scare. I even said I don't want to scare anybody, but man, you might want to take some money out of the bank.
They ain't nowhere near
That's
enough
cash
to
on
cover the deposits. Yeah, I mean, like I said, for the everyday Joe, though, I ain't got $250,000 in the bank. Hell's bells. I'm okay. But what about? I mean, if you've got $487 million invested, as that one company did, I mean, what are they going to do?
And if the door is shut, though, Steve, I mean, like what happened in Greece? I talked about Greece. I mean, literally, you went to the bank and the doors were locked.
That was the case Friday afternoon. All right, news break time.
USA News Update. Representative Michael McCall says former Vice President Mike Pence was right to condemn former President Trump for his role in the January 6th Capitol riots.
Vice President Pence exercised moral clarity and judgment that day by doing his constitutional responsibility.
Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, the Texas Republican said Pence history will judge everyone for their decisions that day. The search continues for 3 Texas women who went missing on a shopping trip to Mexico over 2 weeks ago. The FBI confirmed it's aware of the situation, and the families of the women are in contact with Mexican authorities. Lady Gaga is set to make a surprise appearance at the Oscars. She'll take the stage tonight to perform Hold My Hand. The song is from Top Gun Maverick. Both the song and film are nominated for awards, including Best Picture. Dave Collins, USA News.
Remember customer service? Yeah, it's almost a lost art. Almost, because actually Medi-Share is nailing it when it comes to caring for their members. No wonder Medi-Share gets double the satisfaction rating compared to health insurance. Imagine, you get to talk to actual people, and they're for you.
Well, we're all here for the same thing. We want what's best for the members.
How am I going to help this member today that has come across my desk? How am I going to make sure that what they need is what they get? And as fast as possible.
So yeah, you'll love the savings with Medi-Share. There's no doubt about that. But the way you're treated is just plain refreshing.
To be able to pray with them before actually disconnecting that call, you just get goosebumps. And you know it's God, just leading you to that person.
So you can save a lot, but as always, it's people who make the difference. Call now. They are great to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, meanwhile, we'll get some of our industry headlines here. So here it comes, an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking aimed at determining the effectiveness of side underride guards on tractor trailers has cleared the White House. So it will soon be published in the Federal Register. Going back to January, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration sent this notice to the White House Office of Management and Budget. The White House concluded the review on February 16th, and the release of the advance notice is expected soon. It will consider the requirements for side underride guards on trailers and semi-trailers to mitigate underride crashes into the sides of those vehicles. Yeah, this would respond in part to a September 12th, 2013, 10 years ago, petition for rulemaking from the Truck Safety Coalition to start studies and rulemakings on side guards and front underride guards on trucks. Starting the rulemaking process will be a step toward fulfilling Congress's requirement. Yeah, they will use comments. They'll have a comment period once it's published to determine whether or not to move forward with the formal proposal. I'm just kind of curious as to we see these incidents and accidents, especially railroad crossings where trucks get bottomed out. They're going to mandate these underride guards. Are we going to see a whole lot more of that? Trucks getting stuck in locations, bottomed out sort of thing. Now, back in 2019, the Government Accountability Office issued a 46-page report on truck underride guards. According to that report, less than 1% of the total number of traffic fatalities from 2008 to 2017 involved underride crashes. OOIDA is opposed to any attempts at a mandate. It will be costly and impractical, they say, to mandate the installation of front and side underride guards on all commercial vehicles and trailers. They wrote in 2021, over the last several years, they've considered numerous options involving side underride guards, but they've consistently concluded federal mandates would be impractical and, as they say, costly, outweighing any perceived safety benefits. Any proposals to mandate side underrides disregards this reality and ignores the safety, economic, and operational concerns. All right, what do we have on into this week? Phoenix-based trucking company Swift Transportation, I guess this was last week, actually announced a major partnership with Blaine Perkins Racing. The partnership was announced at their corporate headquarters last Thursday, which means Swift will be the primary sponsor of the number 7 Chevy Camaro in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, which started with this past weekend's race at Phoenix. The Camaro, decked out in the blue and yellow colors and the Swift logos, was unveiled during Thursday's event. I didn't really follow the Xfinity Series over the weekend. I just jokingly, I mean, hey, did they end up in the wall maybe? What do you think? We're excited to use this partner. That's just wrong. Steve, you shouldn't say that. This exciting partnership to promote our rewarding career opportunities for shop technicians who share our passion for innovation and excellence. We're looking forward to a winning season. All right, what did Blaine have to say? I'm excited to begin our partnership with Swift, beginning with the unveiling of the car today. Really looking forward to debuting the Swift Transportation Chevy on the racetrack and start to build on this partnership as the season continues there. Swift on the track, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Well, what do you say there, Tex? Hillbilly Tex.
No, this is Eagle.
Oh, Eagle. Okay, I'm sorry. What's going on, Eagle? How did I get that?
Yeah, I don't know. Your computer might have got the name mixed up, me and the other guy, I guess. Doesn't he live in Ohio?
He's a Tennessee resident. Tennessee. If I had looked at the area code, I should have noticed that. That's not Texas area code.
Oh, well, what's the guy's name? The old guy who lives in Ohio. He always says that he's waving at people on 75, or what's that guy's name?
That's Hillbilly Tex. He's on I-75 down in Tennessee, though.
I thought he was in Ohio. I thought he was in Ohio when he said he was waving a hand at people. I didn't know he was in Tennessee.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe your computer got the name wrong, but yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight, Steve. I'm out here on the road now. I'm making my way towards South Carolina right now. Yeah, the weather's pretty good right now, but I noticed something on my phone when you had me on hold about the weather. They saying that Oklahoma, anybody that's in Oklahoma, from what I'm understanding, they under tornadoes, Oklahoma City area again. So tomorrow morning it might be some bad news. Hopefully it don't do no damage, but I understand that Oklahoma and Oklahoma City is supposed to be on the tornado watch. Did you hear about that?
I know that the Southeast is gearing up for some stormy weather. Yep.
Yeah. Well, we talked about Oklahoma last week, Steve. That's one place that, especially the Oklahoma City area, over there off of Interstate 40, over in that area, 35, Norman, Oklahoma. I don't know why that's Tornado Alley as far as I'm concerned, Kansas and all that. I wouldn't advise nobody to live in that area because, like I say, I've seen some devastating storms go through there and do some real serious damage in that area, Oklahoma. And Kansas area. It's not especially Amarillo, Texas. That area it's just wide open space. And I've seen trucks. When you run across 40 up in Texas, Steve, up by Amarillo, and the winds blow so hard, I've seen trucks get blown over. You can see it on YouTube. These winds are strong enough to blow over an 80,000-pound truck and lay it over on the side up in Amarillo. And I told you I grew up in Texas, Steve, and until I started driving trucks, I know Bucky Gouge, a couple other people I told you, but for those of people who think that it doesn't snow in Texas, you better think again, because it definitely snows up in the upper Texas Panhandle, up in Amarillo, and up going back up towards Oklahoma, up in that area. I've seen blizzards go through there, go through Amarillo a couple of times when I was driving up in that area. So you got to be prepared for anything when you're up on that Interstate 40 area, Steve, in Texas. It's a totally different from what goes on in, down in Houston and San Antonio. It's hard to believe you're in the same state, but it definitely snows. Now, Steve, before I update you on this situation with those 4 Americans that supposedly got kidnapped last week, which turned out to be a lie, there's something else that's going on right now. I don't know, you haven't said anything about it, but you might want to check up on it after I hang up with you. Down in El Paso today, for those people who say that they don't think that the United States is being invaded, you might want to take a look at this video, Steve, of over 1,000 or maybe more than that people bum rushing the U.S. border. From what I read on my phone, they're supposed to be from Venezuela. In El Paso, these people are just forced their way into the U.S. It happened today. They got it on video. Over 1,000 people are running towards the United States border. What'd you say?
Oh, I'm just listening in. I mean, it's pretty much an everyday occurrence, these days anyway, isn't it? It's just another day, another 1,000 every day.
They got this on video. You might want to take a look at it. Maybe you can look it up, after I hang up with you. But this is definitely an invasion, Steve. These people are forcing their way into the United States of America, and Joe Biden is not doing a damn thing about it. Now, get back to these 4 individuals, Steve. It's come to my understanding that these people, after looking at the evidence and listening to several videos and other things, these people were not, they claim that they traveled from South Carolina to Mexico, but it's been determined that these people were not going to Mexico for a surgical operation for this woman. That was a lie. First of all, the doctor's office is not even open on the day that they were attacked by this cartel group. The office wasn't even open. Second of all, they contacted the office where they were supposed to be going. Doctor said he knows nothing of these people that were supposed to go to his office. Okay, so it's been, I don't know if you heard about this, Steve. Several of the occupants in that car had previous records of trafficking drugs. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, we touched on that. We did touch on that Friday morning, Eagle. Yeah, we touched on the fact that they're investigating whether they might actually have been involved in some drug trafficking down there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this whole thing is turning out to be a lie because cartels, they normally don't just attack, a random American people because, they want to keep the tourism. They don't want to scare people totally out of Mexico. They're not going to just attack. Like I say, they ran into the van on the video. This red car ran into the white van that they were driving. They had no reason to do that unless these people had provoked them into doing it. And then they're not going to just shoot people at a random like they did. So, like I said, the whole deal was blown out of proportion. Like I said, the truth is not being told about this story. And I don't know if you've seen this. Maybe I don't think you had a chance to update this. Did you see that over the weekend? The cartel, these 5 individuals that apparently killed 2 Americans, they rounded up these 5 guys, the cartel, and sat them out on the street in Mexico, tied up, saying that with a apology letter, saying that they apologized for what these individuals had done to these Americans Did you see that video of these 5 people sitting on the street?
Yeah, I think maybe you weren't listening Friday morning. Yeah, because we covered that as well. Yeah, that they tied them up and tried to say they're the ones. Yeah. Yeah, I apologize for that. Yeah, I didn't catch the whole show. But yeah, okay, so they caught these guys and they sent an apology letter. Okay, now here's the thing that really pisses me off the most now, Steve. The Mexican president, I don't know if you updated this. I don't think you did because I don't think this happened until Saturday. This guy here is taking an attitude, a real chip on his shoulder. He's saying that he's pissed off because the Americans are blaming him for the fentanyl coming into America. He made a video. He made a video saying, "Why don't you control your people? Why don't you stop your people from using drugs? Don't blame us for the fentanyl coming into America. It's not my responsibility for what happened for your people being drug addicts." That's what the Mexican president said over the weekend. And he said that besides that, he's not going to allow FBI. They want to say that the cartel is a terrorist organization. He said that the United States has no authority, and I do agree with him on that. The USA cannot send FBI armed people into Mexico to try to control the cartel. That is Mexico's country, and that's up to them to control the cartel. I do agree with the president of Mexico on that, but I don't like the attitude that he's taking with the drugs because the drugs are coming out of Mexico. And it's definitely affecting American people, and he needs to do something about it to stop these drugs from coming into America. And I thank you for taking my call tonight. All righty. Eagle, have a good morning. Yeah, we have not touched on that yet, but that is correct. Blame, trying to point the finger of blame. Well, why don't you all do something about, you've got this uncontrollable demand for the drugs. If you do something about lessening the demand, I don't know how you do that, but. All right, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. As Eagle mentioned there, 1,000 people crossing the border. That's every day. Every day, day in, day out. It's not a big, nothing special. But in most cases, most of the time they're lined up and they kind of wait and come through the line in a orderly fashion. In this case, it was different. As it was, I don't know, what do you call it? We're going to bum rush the border. About 1,000, as he explained there, caught on camera Sunday afternoon. Reporters saw the hordes of migrants rushing the checkpoint from Juarez into El Paso. And, caught on camera footage. She's the group. Mostly young men, but also included some women and young children running along the border road as they attempted to overwhelm the official checkpoint as they made their way through the port of entry to get into the U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers say they implemented port hardening measures, the use of barbed wire fencing and concrete barriers, by temporarily preventing northbound traffic at the Paso del Norte Bridge. The large group approached the international line, posing a threat to make mass entry. The clip also shows them pushing past the Mexican side of the bridge, forcing Customs and Border Protection to erect barriers of barbed wire and other physical barriers. One border agent standing idly by as the pack of migrants just goes marching right on by. Now, according to one reporter on the ground, a portion of the group was able to be pushed by Customs and Border Protection officials, while another group decided to gather around smaller bridges, including the Stanton Bridge and the Bridge of the Americas, leading to the use of barricades by officials armed with batons and riot shields there. Others attempted to get across the border, crossing the river. Representative Henry Culler of Texas says this is the type of event that does not help them. It does not help the migrant make their case. I mean, I know they're tired of waiting and all that, but this type of thing just does not help their cause. Even the president is saying now, let's have them come in an orderly process. What they're doing, trying to push through, doesn't help their case. It does become a little frustrating, right? Shut it down. Shut it down. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Back to Cue Ball here on a Monday morning. Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve. This whole thing with these cartels and the amount of illegal aliens that got crossing into the border, there's a point to where they're gonna have to put a stop to it eventually. And the way they're gonna have to do it, I think, is gonna be, in my opinion, somewhat controversial. It's amazing that these 4 people got taken, 2 got killed, and the other 2 they got back, and the drug cartels gave up 5 guys and a quote apology because people were talking now about getting the military involved in this.
Yep.
The whole war on drugs, this has been going on for a long time, and I've said it before, but the war on drugs, if you wanted to actually win that, you're not going to be able to handle it because we haven't been able to via law enforcement. It's just not going to work. It's all it has is it's made a lot of people a lot of money, but it hasn't. We never got anywhere with it. And now with this fentanyl and the amount of people that it's killing. What is it, like 100,000 people a year?
Yeah,
with like 300 a day? I mean, what's those numbers add up to?
Yep.
That's a crazy amount of numbers. And if fentanyl's coming in from China, and you can tell it's very obvious what China's trying to do. They're trying to whittle down the population, make them dumb. They're trying to, kill them off, basically. They're trying to get rid of this. They're trying to hurt or eliminate a lot of military age, young men and women.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what are they gearing up for there? Okay. In my opinion, the way things need to be done when it comes to the border and fentanyl, it's a little, like I said, I think it's the only way that would actually work. The American Congress would literally have to declare war on Mexico with the condition that we would, at this point, explain to the Mexican government, we're not after your government, but since your government cannot handle it, we are going to handle it for you. And if you try to stop us, then we will come after you.
Well, isn't that the message?
I don't know
There's
what
a number of Congress members that have been calling for the president, I guess, to declare the cartels terrorist organizations, and kind of like when we deal with the likes of Hamas and some of the other terror groups elsewhere around the world. Yeah, we do go in, I guess, with the participation. Wasn't there a time years ago when we had special ops going down into Colombia when cocaine was the big thing, helping them to try to eradicate some of the coke farms and all? Yeah, we got to pause there. News break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Representative Michael McCall says former Vice President Mike Pence was right to condemn former President Trump for his role in the January 6th Capitol riots.
Vice President Pence exercised moral clarity and judgment that day by doing his constitutional responsibility.
Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, the Texas Republican said Pence's history will judge everyone for their decisions that day. McCall's comments come after Pence doled out some of his hardest public criticism of Trump yet in a weekend speech as the former VP weighs a possible presidential bid in 2024. The search continues for 3 Texas women who went missing on a shopping trip to Mexico over 2 weeks ago. The FBI confirmed it's aware of the situation, and the families of the women are in contact with Mexican authorities. 2 sisters, Marina and Maritza Rios, both in their late 40s, and their friend, 53-year-old Dora Sayans, crossed the border on February 24th, this according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is ruling out a bailout for a failed California bank.
The reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again.
Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Yellen said she has been working through the weekend to find solutions for SVB depositors, but there will be no government bailout. Silicon Valley Bank collapsed Friday after a run and capital crisis led to the second largest failure of a bank in U.S. history. Lady Gaga is set to make a surprise appearance at the Oscars. She'll take the stage tonight to perform Hold My Hand. The song is from Top Gun Maverick. Both the song and film are nominated for awards, including Best Picture. The ceremony kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on ABC. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Facebook's parent company, Meta, is looking into a new social media platform that may rival Twitter. A spokesperson told The Hill that they think there is an opportunity for a separate space where creators and public figures can share timely updates about their interests. Rival social media platforms have grown in popularity since Elon Musk took over as CEO of Twitter. State senators in West Virginia have rejected a bill that would have banned underage marriage in all circumstances. The measure in question was voted down 9-8 this week by the State Judiciary Committee. Minors in West Virginia as young as 16 can tie the knot with parental permission. Any younger, and a waiver from a judge is required. SpaceX is celebrating another successful mission.
157 days in space.
SpaceX Dragon splashdown.
The SpaceX Dragon capsule splashed down yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing 2 astronauts, another from Japan, and 1 Russian cosmonaut back to Earth. The crew spent 5 months in orbit aboard the International Space Station. Legendary Minnesota Viking head coach Bud Grant has died at 95. The team made the announcement Saturday morning. They said they're absolutely devastated by the terrible news. Grant led the Vikings to 4 Super Bowl appearances during his long career with the team. He also became the first head coach to lose 4 Super Bowls. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, welcome back or welcome aboard. Work our way into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. All right, we left off. You're talking about what good would it do? Kind of was Cue Ball's question to declare the cartels as terrorist organizations, which there are 20-some state attorneys generals that have called on the government to do that. So we look, going back to last week, and that's still a developing scenario. Were they really going into Mexico for a tummy tuck, or were they actually involved in some sort of a drug smuggling operation? That's up in the air. But what would it do? The use of terrorist tactics by Mexican cartels against Mexican citizens and foreign nationals, including U.S. citizens, it may actually draw them closer to the designation criteria under the State Department's authorities, which would then allow the government to apply additional economic and financial sanctions, which I don't know that would do any good, would it? And also pursue material support to FTO charges that have been effective in the post-September 11 era against the likes of jihadist groups and other international terror threats. You could make a pretty good case that the activity they are engaged in on both sides of the border would fit a definition of terrorism. Now, they try to say, if you designate the Sinaloa cartel, for example, that opens a lot of legal tools for the U.S. to go after people either overseas or here inside the United States. That designation would open all these authorities for the U.S. to go after those groups, both overseas and, more importantly, here at home. You could be charged with providing material support to a foreign terrorist organization here, even if you've never traveled overseas, but have given $100 to a cartel. Now, they say the potential downside to this particular course of action is a worsening of relations between the U.S. and Mexico and the escalation in activity by any designated cartel. That said, the status quo approach right now does not seem to be altering the behavior of the cartels at all. Operating with broad impunity in Mexico, terrorizing the locals with their brutal tactics, and at times, like recent events show, no regard for killing innocent people. So cue balls, your idea was a bit of a different step. I don't think trying to seize funds or anything, if they would be able to do that. Most of their stuff's being done not on the legal open banking systems anyway.
No, it's all cash. See, here's the thing, right? First of all, they're not terrorists, okay? It's not like a Osama bin Laden 9/11 type thing. I guess they're trying to hang some legal hat to kind of do a wuss ass half step to try to look like they're doing something, but really won't accomplish much. I look at it like it's an act of war. Okay, China is doing the whole thing with the fentanyl for the reason I described earlier. They're trying to take down a military engaged men and women in this country. Make it so weak we can't defend ourselves, so they could do something, whether it be in Taiwan or maybe even over here. Okay, so if China is sending fentanyl that's killing this many Americans, that's an act of war, not terrorism. That's war. Okay, number one. Number two, the only way to get rid of anything, like we've been playing pitter-patter law enforcement with drugs for 50, 60, 70 years, I don't even know.
Yep.
And it hasn't done spit. Not a damn thing has been accomplished. My answer on this side of it is kind of simple. You have to figure out how to, the nitty-gritty details of it all. But like I said earlier, I feel that Congress needs to declare war on Mexico. Mexico, the government needs to be explained that we're not after toppling your government, but we are coming in with the intention of destroying, eliminating, capturing, or killing any and all drug cartels in your country. We're not after your government.
Mm-hmm.
If you decide you want to fight against us, well, then we'll be happy to fight you as well. That's step one. Step two, the border. I don't know how wide of an area it would take to absolutely enforce the border to where it's absolutely locked down. 5 miles, half mile, quarter mile, don't know. Before the border wall is supposed to be finished, kind of like they have a North Korea, South Korea. They got that little, that little section in the middle. That like a DMZ type deal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where I feel that we have to hold and enforce maybe a half mile from the border south. If it enters that area, it is captured. If it resists, it is killed. From water to water. That way you absolutely lock that border down. Now you have to figure out how you're going to handle it in where you have your border towns, such as like Tijuana and where El Paso is and all that right there.
Right.
Where the city is like right there, you know what I mean? But you have to absolutely lock that border down. And that's, again, you have to deal with it like an act of war. You have to actually declare war because now you unleashed the United States military to handle it. Because right now you've got National Guard down there, and they're carrying, they're carrying long guns. And all they're doing is standing around and holding the gates open so the illegal aliens can just walk on in, so the Border Patrol can, buy them a bus ticket or a plane ticket and send them wherever the hell they want to go. Like, the problem is you're not capturing these people. And if they fight, you use your long gun. That's why you carry it.
I mean,
but we're not doing that. That's why it has to be a declared war. That way you use the military for what they're for.
The mentality of many of these people, I don't know what percentage it would be, these coming in from the likes of Nicaragua and whatnot and Guatemala, that they have a legal right to seek asylum in the United States. I mean, so they say it's inhumane to turn them away. What do you say?
Not for nothing, but what are we doing this whole remain in Mexico thing? So you get out of the country you're in, and you seek asylum from the next country where you're safe.
Correct.
If you're legitimately seeking asylum, well, then there's got to have to be a way for you to actually seek asylum, but not from Texas or Arizona or California or New Mexico. You get the idea. But there has to be a legitimate way to make that work. But to just walk in or to invade and so on, would either you're just showing up and declaring asylum and never showing up for no court date, or bringing in drugs. It has to be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way they're going to do it is by force at this point. Because what are you going to do? Like I said, you put National Guard on the border. What for? What are they doing? I'm tired of watching videos of National Guards with long guns holding the gates to just let them in. I'm like, that's not what you're supposed to be doing, is it? What's the purpose of sending them there? I know what I'm saying sounds drastic, but you want to tell me a better way to actually get it done? And were these people, which are just tummy tuck people, group of people, whatever, it's kind of irrelevant to me as far as like, 4 people went over the border and got issues. Maybe it was something more nefarious than that. I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't really make that big of a difference. These cartels own the Mexican government. And declaring them terrorists, you can drone them every now and again or seize some money. That's not going to get anything done. How long's the war on terror been going? Last I checked, Taliban still has Afghanistan, don't they?
Well, yeah, they do
That's
now.
after 20 years of war.
Yep.
Yes, you're going to go after it with terrorism. Okay, great. That's just another way for the military-industrial complex maybe to make some money, but it's not going to solve the problem. The only way you're going to handle them cartels is you need to send the Army or Marine Corps down there to kill or capture the drug cartels. Take away their fields, take away any infrastructure, and make damn sure when China sends fentanyl to Mexico, it's destroyed. Problem solved. It's also a good way to get China to figure out maybe we're serious. Maybe it's, time to stop killing our people. You got to bear in mind, it's more than Mexico and it's more than drugs. China is doing it, and that is an act of war. You cannot forget that aspect of it, too.
I mean,
That's why I think it's a military problem.
I mean, Mexico's president did last week try to say, well, why don't you, the United States, do something about the demand for the drugs? And I mean, if you shut off the cartels in Mexico, don't the drugs come in from another route? Like you said, that war on drugs has been going. I mean, I guess it really started hitting the news when Nancy Reagan started the whole thing, right? The Just Say No campaign and all that. But
yeah. But this isn't. This whole thing with fentanyl. This is far more serious than so you're running into cocaine of the '80s. Okay, anybody old enough to have been an adult in the '80s knows somebody or has done coke themselves, and they're probably still around. It wasn't. It's not good for you, but it's not like fentanyl.
Right.
Fentanyl is basically being used as a bioweapon right now. Not bioweapon it's a weapon. It's a weaponized thing right there at this point, and it's sticking it in everything. That's the difference. Okay, there's a difference between cocaine come rolling up in here and this fentanyl. This is a huge difference right now, and that's why I believe it's an active poison. It's China doing it to us, and it has to be stopped. And if they figure out another way to get fentanyl in here, then you have the military handle it from that end as well. I mean, not for nothing. How does it get from China to Mexico? Nobody really ever gets into that, right? How does it get there? They fly it, ships.
Probably all the above. I'm just assuming most of it probably comes in over on containers. Container ships out of China, right? You got your Mexican ports, you got your U.S. ports. Yeah. Yeah, most of it, I guess, is the raw materials that are shipped from China. Then you got the labs there in Mexico that are actually manufacturing what looks like legitimate pharmaceuticals that you could purchase at Walgreens or CVS. It looks like the real deal, and turns out they're deadly fentanyl. Here's what Mexico's president had to say, lashing out because many lawmakers here are proposing the likes of actually declaring war on the cartels, sending troops to Mexico. He said, you, the United States, should concentrate on curbing your rampant appetite for illegal drugs. Why don't you take care of your young people? Why don't you take care of the serious problem of social decomposition? Why don't you temper the constant increase in consumption of drugs? Again, that's Mexico's president, Lopez Obrador. So pretty sharp comments in light of the 4 Americans, 2 of which were killed down there. Now, they do say authorities, both U.S. and Mexican authorities, still don't definitively know why the tourists that entered Mexico for the so-called medical procedure were fired on. Of course, citing unnamed sources, the Associated Press said the cartel had turned over 5 of their members. That's not been confirmed by Mexican authorities or the FBI, which is, they say, helping in that investigation. But whatever the cause of the kidnapping, it did provoke big reactions on both sides of the border, inflaming this whole debate, like who is responsible for the violence in Mexico and how do you curb it? All right. Many Republican lawmakers last week pretty much said this is proof that the United States needs to intervene. Now, as far as deaths from fentanyl in America, Republican members of Congress have already been pushing a bill that would allow U.S. armed forces to fight crime in Mexico. Several states have asked that federal authorities label the cartels as terrorist groups. And what would turn into is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, and close out the weekend, get a new week started here with one less hour sleep. All right. As we spring forward, daylight saving time back upon us. And Carl, I believe. Morning, Carl. What's happening?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to be quick here, just say, hey, about this banking thing. Yeah, I think we're going to begin to see in this next 2 years the fruits of Joe Biden's labor. Okay, and it's coming on, and it's coming on. It's going to come on strong with this banking thing. It's not going to be over this morning. There's going to be some things happen through this, and they're scrambling to get this fixed. And it's this administration can't fix it. Okay, we got the wrong administration to fix anything, and we don't need to be going to war with Mexico either at the border. And the thing is what is the big deal with building the wall? I just don't understand. Why can we not build the wall? I mean, I just find that difficult to believe. Is it because Trump came up with the idea? Is that it? You know, this administration has got Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, yeah. They
are really, really in bad shape. And as far as a president goes, Nikki Haley is okay. I mean, any Republican would be all right. I mean, I would even vote for Mike Pence if he won the nomination, but he's not going to win the nomination.
No.
He's just wasting his time. He's wasting his money. And he's wasting everybody's money who would donate to his campaign. And I believe that it's going to come down to Trump and DeSantis with that. But this guy, Ramaswamy, I've been listening to him quite a bit, and he has really got some great points. And I like the guy, okay? And but I'm a Trump guy all the way, and I would like to see Trump and Ramaswamy running on the same ticket, with Ramaswamy being the vice president. But this border with Juarez, okay? This Juarez is El Paso. That's the El Paso part of the border right there, okay? And I've stayed at the Petro and the TA down there before, back in the early 2000s, and they used to come on the CB a lot in minivans, explaining to the drivers there that it was the Mexicans, okay? They could have been cartel. They may have been friendly Mexican people, but they were getting money from the truck drivers staying at the truck stops to take a tour to into Juarez, okay? And they would bring their minivan up there to the truck stop and to load up their minivan for about $60 a piece, truck drivers to go across the border with them and into town where the, well, I guess you could understand what's going on there. They would meet up with a bunch of females down there ready to be with them, you know what I mean?
Right.
And to have fun and all of that, drink and at the bars, okay? But there were several drivers who didn't come back, okay? And that's a big issue down there. And a lot of people just don't know about that. And but there are hundreds of people buried down there along that border. I'm not lying to you. I mean, this is a fact, okay? In different places. There's not a burial ground, so to speak, but they're in different places all over that border down there.
Kind of like
people are buried.
Kind of like the outskirts of Las Vegas, right? Where the mob, I mean, a lot of people are buried out there in that desert. Very true. All right. Hey, Carl, thank you so much for checking in here as we get the new week up and running. We're going to get a news break in here and come back with more of your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. One senior Republican lawmaker has major reservations about the spending blueprint from the White House.
He basically said, speaking to Republicans, if you talk about Social Security or Medicare, I'm going to call you a mean, bad person.
Appearing on Fox News Sunday, Louisiana Senator John Kennedy tore into the $6.8 trillion proposal.
The only way I know how to improve the president's budget is with a shredder.
A heavy presence of Border Patrol agents and El Paso police officers have responded to an incident at the Paso del Norte port of entry in El Paso. Customs and Border Protection officials confirmed there was a disturbance on the bridge but gave no other details. The bracket for the NCAA men's basketball tournament is out starting Tuesday with a couple of first four matchups in Dayton, Ohio. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. At the same time, store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And as we gear up for the Mid-America Truck Show, often referred to as the granddaddy of them all, biggest truck show in the country, we've teamed up with our friends at Bostrom Seating once again to help you get excited. 3 of our listening friends will win a Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seat. $1,800 to $2,000 value, somewhere in that range. There's a couple of different seats. We've actually got 2 of the black and gray ultra leather high profile smart seat valve with dual 16-inch armrests. And we'll have 1 of the gray Maduro cloth high profile, same thing, smart seat valve, dual 16-inch armrest, high back seat. Simply go to overnightdriveradio.com. You can click on contest there and enter to win. And the more entries you get, the better your chances of winning. We'll have 2 winners actually from attendees there at the Mid-America Truck Show. And since, of course, not everyone can make it there, anyone around the country, you could be a winner. Again, go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests, and get your entries in. We're already into the 13th of March, which means the show is just around the corner here. Hey, what's going on with 5-7 on a Monday?
Yes, sir. Okay, do a little bit of reporting here. I was sitting there this morning or Sunday morning with my wife, watching Newsmax on our satellite, using that, I guess. Well, we already heard, we started hearing about the banking situation there.
Right. Mm-hmm.
My wife looks over at me and says, maybe we ought to pull our money out. I said, honey, that's called a run. And hopefully everybody don't do that.
Correct.
Where would you put it? It just, to somebody to know you have it, there's risk in doing that too. House burns down, you've lost it all.
Yep.
At least where it's at, it's insured. She's, it'd be, legitimately afraid. I said, we don't have as much as you need to worry about, but my employer does. I don't know where his money's at or whatever, So that's where that comes down, and then our customers that we deliver to. So that's all down the chain, supply chain right now. Hey, Joe Biden, our economy runs on oil, okay? But you Democrats, enjoy the fruits of your labor. Sadly, Nikki Haley had a rally here last week, I guess, or last Saturday, whatever. You could not get into her rally unless you showed proof of you having a vaccination.
Really?
COVID. And that was on Newsmax. And that's not what we're looking for there, young lady.
After all this time, what the hell is why? I mean, we know that it doesn't prevent you from getting it or passing it. It makes no sense.
If you remember, Nikki Haley's a good little politician. When she was working for Trump, she was a hardcore worker for Trump there at the UN, straightening them boys out, okay? But as soon as that screw up or that mess at the Capitol, it definitely wasn't an insurrection. I don't know what it was. We're still finding out that. But she turned on Trump in a heartbeat. But I remember that, and that's what set me back on her there. But then when she found out Trump wasn't losing any support in the state of South Carolina, it seemed like she flipped back to support the man. So really, well, it's just like DeSantis going up into this other group. And then I can remember Bush, number 2, voted for Biden. I mean, they're part of the swamp.
Yep.
You figure you want our border problem, you got to go with Bush number 2. He was for open borders. He did nothing to slow it down. Jeb Bush be the same way. Matter of fact, he married, and that's fair. Hey, no problem with that. So I'm for, I hate to say this, what Lindsey Graham's saying, but for a different reason. Let's put troops on our southern border. Not for the drugs. Do what you got to do with your drugs. I got that. But it's laying our southern belly, the soft belly of the United States, is laid wide open to China. China is in control and very prevalent down in the Panama Canal. See, when Carter gave it up to the Panamanians, the Panamanians ended up leasing it out to the Chinese. So, it's a free shot into fentanyl coming into the Panama and then up through Mexico. And we already have heard there's been a large number of Chinese. And I don't want anybody going out and start shooting and beating up on Chinese people. That's not what conservatives do. But there's been a large number of Chinese coming up from the south, and we're getting power stations shot out, fires in different places. You could have espionage going on. Nobody wants to talk about that because they need to get the pro-Trumpers out of the military. That's what's more important. But I'd like to see them on the border because it would bring protection to it. And posse comitatus doesn't mean anything about. It means you don't use the United States military to attack American citizens, but you can use them to guard the border, and that's it. I mean, if you of course, a border wall, you wouldn't have to use as many troops, but you know, let's get them out there. We got the tools and the toys to guard the border. And last I heard, I think it was Friday when this first was coming out, border communities, mayors were saying that's a good idea. Well, yeah, because, I mean, these cartels are killing the mayors and the police in these little towns. And it would be awful nice if a cartel, you seen how they backed down, folded, and turned in their own people? They said, listen, it's like this. If you harm one of these police officers in our range or in our area of operation, you injure or hurt a politician that's legally voted in, you might as well say goodbye to your lineage, because we know where you live. We'll find out. We'll turn it into a nice black spot, and we'll make sure that your grandchildren won't even be there to leave your namesake behind. That's what Trump did in Afghanistan, and that's what got the Taliban to. And you know what? Actually, do it. Have the kahunas to do it. So, but that's where it is. I mean, Newsmax, I'm still getting Newsmax, and my wife says, where did you find this channel? I said, just they've been putting out stuff on your phone, little clips, and I've been following it. And when I found it on that HughesNet, I'm definitely keyed in on it, and also got Real American Voices. So, and then you got the Turks. Or Young Turks.
The Young Turks.
And them people, oh, Lord, them people can switch it around. If you just listen to them, they'd have you believing that down is up and up is down, you know. But
yes,
their thing about being the Trumpers for, in the Capitol, they're as bad as any of them. It's blowing apart, too. So, hey, the truth is coming out. Thank God that our vote went to work for us. See what happens. And
one step at a time, one day at a time. All right, just trying to follow on. You watch the world indices. Typically what happens in the United States kind of sweeps around the globe into the other markets. There was a lot of concern when the Asian markets, that's why the U.S. rushed to make their announcement this past evening that we're going to take care of everybody that had money in the bank. Everything's okay. Don't panic. And at this point, the Asian markets look like they're trading on a pretty typical day, like nothing out of the ordinary. Everything I'm seeing is actually markets are pretty much up. Markets in China traded higher. Japan's topic index led declines and a wider sell-off in Asia's morning trade after regulators announced the measures to further stem the risk from the Silicon Valley Bank collapse. Reaction in Asian equities, venture fund-focused banks in particular, would pretty much depend on how they managed their interest rate risk for those countries that face similar issues. Credit risks might be the major issue that Asian banks face at the back of the global economic outlook. Latest measures announced by regulators could act as kind of a method to contain further contagion risk. That was exactly what it was supposed to do. Let's see, a statement. This morning's announcement by the FDIC and the Fed will go a good way to ring fencing the fallout from Silicon Investment Bank's failure, particularly for the broader economy. Not expecting the fallout in the region to deepen much further. I expect markets to quickly move on and focus on the broader macro issues this week, including tomorrow night's inflation report and the upcoming FOMC report. So most of these economists and analysts, CNBC and the like, are not anticipating a big spillover. If you look at the typical loan-to-deposit ratio in Asia, it's about 90%. So most deposits are invested in loans. Banks obviously do invest in government securities, local bonds, foreign bonds. That's not a significant share, though. A number of companies within Asia's venture capital and tech startup sector do have some exposure, though, to Silicon Valley Bank. Many have openly admitted to seeing major losses from SVB's bankruptcy. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Oddly enough, we had just talked last week. Philip had brought up the sheer number of satellites that are out there and continuing to grow by leaps and bounds. Headline over the weekend: NASA scientists push for a treaty to tackle risky space junk. Space junk, a danger to operational satellites and may eventually threaten astronauts as our exploitation of the space around the Earth continues. NASA scientists and other experts have called for a legally binding treaty to ensure space junk caused by the burgeoning space industry does not irreparably threaten activities in Earth's orbit. The space closely surrounding our planet is becoming increasingly crowded. Over 9,000 satellites in orbit today, and the European Southern Observatory projects this number may grow as high as 75,000 by the year 2030. I mean, that's just around the corner. Estimates predict there could already be trillions of pieces of old satellites orbiting the planet that are untracked. This presents a major risk to other satellites. Hundreds of collision avoidance maneuvers are performed by satellites every year to avoid clashes that would not only cause damage to the operational satellites or even destroy them, but each of these collisions generates hundreds or maybe thousands of pieces of additional junk. Space.com reported that the International Space Station was forced to take evasive action to dodge a fragment of space junk from a Russian satellite that was destroyed by a widely condemned anti-satellite missile test back in 21. That generated how many? I mean, maybe thousands of pieces of space junk. Now, in the call for the treaty, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory scientists, along with researchers at the University of Texas, Austin, California Institute of Technology, Spaceport Cornwall, Zoological Society of London, said there is an urgent need for a global consensus how to manage Earth's orbit. Scientists, including experts in satellite technology and microplastics, say that the agreement to ensure satellite sustainability should put responsibility for debris on satellite users and producers from the point that they launch onwards. When looking at ways to incentivize accountability, the experts say that factors like commercial cost, that needs to be considered. For what it's worth, but yeah, tons and tons of space junk out there. Interesting that you brought that up just last week, Philip.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny what people think about it, but just think about this, Steve. You ever see? I'm sure you like going on a trip somewhere and you take a cooler with your beer in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's satellites as small as a cooler, comparatively to, like, you look at a TDRS satellite that they use for tracking and data for the rockets. Those things are as big as a bus. And I'm talking like a school bus. I'm not talking like a Greyhound bus. I'm talking like a school bus. But still, it's a big piece of metal to be floating around outside there. And every time Elon Musk launches a Starlink mission, think about this. There's between 60 and 100 satellites on that rocket.
And those things are all about, they're about the size of a shoebox, aren't they? Not very big at all.
They're a little bit bigger than that. They're about the size of an igloo cooler, one of those just like a regular cooler like you would carry, just like if you're going to go to the beach or whatnot, just a small cooler.
Okay.
They're about as big as one of them. And, there's 60 to 100 of them on a rocket. Now you do the math, he's launched and sometimes 3 and 4 of those a week. Okay, he's planning 100 missions this week. I mean, if you look at the launch app, look at how many Falcon 9 launches are scheduled just for Starlink.
Yep.
Not to mention OneWorld, not to mention the company out of Israel that's putting up stuff. Not to mention the Chinese, not to mention the Russians. I mean, the Russians they've got rockets like crazy going up here lately. I mean, they even got little rockets like this Relativity rocket they're trying to take off. That's going to be going off Thursday. But, it's just all over the place out there. And there was and a lot of people don't know this about the space shuttle. There was one instance on the space shuttle, and the shuttle came back. They had a cracked windshield. It's the only instance they ever had in the shuttle, a cracked windshield, and it was from a bolt off of the satellite hitting the windshield.
It was from what hitting the windshield?
And it cracked it. A bolt.
A bolt?
Hitting the windshield.
Wow.
Yeah, off the satellite. That's the only thing they could think of because it was a direct front hit on the windshield. It didn't come off the shuttle. It had to come off the, like you said, space debris, that's floating up there. Because there was remnants of that bolt still in the windshield. And there's only been one instance of that in the shuttle, and I believe it was Challenger, if I'm not mistaken. That was a long time ago, a really long time ago.
Yeah.
But, you look at like what you just said about them moving the space station around. They had to move it around. I mean, if you take one hit with that thing, everything up there is flying at 17,000 miles an hour, to keep it going. It's not cool when something hits it, especially if it's going faster than what it needs to be at. Oh, by the way, we're also going to throw in meteors. We're not going to say anything about regular space debris. What about the stuff that's coming? I mean, everybody looks at the moon every night. you see why the moon looks the way it does. It looks that way because it's been beat to heck, you know? So, but it's going to be a busy week this week. We got that relativity at the end of the week, and SpaceX is going to get their stuff going again. And Steve, did you see any of the footage of the Crew 5 return?
I tuned into that. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm thinking like Friday night, Saturday morning when they were in the process of detaching to come back. I was up late and I tuned into some of that live.
Well, I thought what was interesting was the actual landing over on the West Coast. They had so many lights on that thing, it was crazy when it came down. They had lights on it and all kinds of stuff on it when it was landing into the Gulf of Mexico. I saw the video. I was actually getting ready for work, but you know, I mean, it's crazy. Some of the people would not even. Who would think Sputnik, a little satellite that was about the size of a basketball, would bring in all the stuff that we've seen up in space right now? So. But that's all I pretty much got today, buddy. I just wanted to say hi to everybody and I hope everybody's going. Hey, Steve, when you going to Mid-America? Are you going to be there Thursday or are you getting in Friday or when?
We'll be departing here. I'll do my Wednesday morning show, then I'll be off Wednesday night, and then we'll be recording there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Okay, there's something I want you to see when you go there. And I don't know if you have much time to walk around. But there's a gentleman down here. His name is Bruce Wilson that owns it.
Okay, I'll have to look him up, but we got to get our news break. I'm sorry.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Representative Michael McCall says former Vice President Mike Pence was right to condemn former President Trump for his role in the January 6th Capitol riots.
Vice President Pence exercised moral clarity and judgment that day by doing his constitutional responsibility.
Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, the Texas Republican said Pence's history will judge everyone for their decisions that day. McCall's comments come after Pence doled out some of his hardest public criticism of Trump yet in a weekend speech as the former VP weighs a possible presidential bid in 2024. The search continues for 3 Texas women who went missing on a shopping trip to Mexico over 2 weeks ago. The FBI confirmed it's aware of the situation, and the families of the women are in contact with Mexican authorities. Two sisters, Marina and Maritza Rios, both in their late 40s, and their friend, 53-year-old Dora Sayens, crossed the border on February 24th, this according to U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is ruling out a bailout for a failed California bank.
The reforms that have been put in place means that we're not going to do that again.
Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Yellen said she has been working through the weekend to find solutions for SVB depositors, but there will be no government bailout. Silicon Valley Bank collapsed Friday after a run and capital crisis led to the second largest failure of a bank in U.S. history. Lady Gaga is set to make a surprise appearance at the Oscars. She'll take the stage tonight to perform Hold My Hand. The song is from Top Gun Maverick. Both the song and film are nominated for awards, including Best Picture. The ceremony kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on ABC. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Facebook's parent company, Meta, is looking into a new social media platform that may rival Twitter. A spokesperson told The Hill that they think there is an opportunity for a separate space where creators and public figures can share timely updates about their interests. Rival social media platforms have grown in popularity since Elon Musk took over as CEO of Twitter. State senators in West Virginia have rejected a bill that would have banned underage marriage in all circumstances. The measure in question was voted down 9-8 this week by the State Judiciary Committee. Minors in West Virginia as young as 16 can tie the knot with parental permission. Any younger, and a waiver from a judge is required. SpaceX is celebrating another successful mission.
157 days in space.
SpaceX Dragon splashdown.
The SpaceX Dragon capsule splashed down yesterday off the coast of Florida, bringing 2 astronauts, another from Japan, and 1 Russian cosmonaut back to Earth. The crew spent 5 months in orbit aboard the International Space Station. Legendary Minnesota Viking head coach Bud Grant has died at 95. The team made the announcement Saturday morning. They said they're absolutely devastated by the terrible news. Grant led the Vikings to 4 Super Bowl appearances during his long career with the team. He also became the first head coach to lose 4 Super Bowls. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, that's the way we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. There you go. Welcome into a Monday. All right, everybody on the same page now. 13th day of March. Hope you had a good weekend. I have not touched on NASCAR, but how about William Byron? Hey, that's 2 in a row. Winner's Circle. Back-to-back weeks. And it's off to a rousing start this season. And then, of course, March Madness. Can't believe it's already that time. March Madness about to get underway. Well, I guess you have, those couple of play-in games on Tuesday night. And then things really get into action coming up Thursday, Friday of this week, first round. Saturday, Sunday, round number 2. Top seeds, I'm looking at the brackets here. Alabama, Houston, Kansas, and Purdue, the 4 number 1 seeds. Yeah, for March Madness. Everybody be filling out their brackets, getting in the office pool, wagering online. It gets crazy later this week. Productivity at businesses around the country when March Madness kicks off on Thursday. Everybody that's working in the office, sitting at their computers, watching various games. Some offices will actually set up a couple of television in the break room area and whatnot for employees to watch games. But, productivity definitely drops off during the March Madness. Inbred Redneck, well, what's going on in your world?
Well, buddy, I'm heading out here to get some gasoline. Buddy, we got ice up on the mountain. Tore down some trees. It's melting away now, but the daggone power line's down, and my daggone satellites, and I got satellite TV, got the C-band, KU band, and one of the redneck girls put it on one of those crazy channels, buddy, and I've been locked in watching horse racing because I'm afraid to move the satellite to mess up the actuator and all that. But them are simple problems, buddy. daggone, we've been up there running off batteries. And, God. Thank God I had the mind to set that up, buddy. But, yeah, I was trying to get a hold of you there till in last week, tell you about the banks there. And, yeah, it ain't looking good, people. I ain't saying go out there and pull out your money tomorrow.
Right.
But the way I look at it, now, daggone, end of the second quarter and the beginning of the third quarter, don't be surprised if the stock market absolutely collapses. Another crazy October's what I'm looking at, buddy.
You think?
And, yeah, buddy, that's what I'm thinking is going to happen.
So, I mean, regardless, the Asian markets and pretty much across the board are up. I mean, not up dramatically, but like a typical day, up, half a point, 1 point, 1.5%, which not bad.
Yeah, not bad. And, I key a lot on the Asian markets, but still at the same time, that's Asia, too. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Yeah, normally the Asian markets fall if things get ugly. If the Dow drops 800 points today, then like tomorrow is when the Asian markets follow suit. Isn't that the way it works?
Yeah, usually. Usually there's a little day stagger there.
Mm-hmm.
But, crypto ain't looking good and everything else, which it ain't looked good in a while. But my advice to people would be, look at my bank man called me the other day. And he said, man, we got some good rates down here on CDs. I said, man, do you? I said, give me the rate. He was telling me 4.5% on a 3-month CD, Steve. And that don't sound like a hell of a lot. But if you take and stagger it, hell, say you got $100,000 sitting out there somewhere. Hell, get you $101,000 CDs and stagger them off there. That way you cashing one every day. If it's the way I look at it is the daggone interest rates are going to go up. The Fed is already saying they're going to push the interest rates up. We're what is projected is probably about a 6 to 6.5. I'm saying it's probably going to go to some 1980 80s levels of interest, whether people know it or not. To get a car loan or a mortgage or anything, you're going to look at 10%, and that's with perfect credit.
Right.
This is how they've decided to fight all this, which I wish they would have done this a long time ago, was jack up the interest rate. Because all this has really been way too hot. And if you ask me, everything is way too hot. Everything jumping up. But they done what they done for whatever reason that they done it. But I'm telling you, if you're going to buy something, especially in housing, a car, anything like that, I wouldn't do it right now. I'd hold off, wait 6 months, and then go back to it. Because dang on, the repo market is going to start kicking in. The reason I know this is my brother does work for a big bank out of Texas, and he repos houses.
Mm-hmm.
And you can imagine the crap that goes on with all that. I mean, I could go and tell you 1,000 tales about that just from helping him do that. you know. But he got a call from them the other day, and it has pretty much been bare. A lot of people don't realize, you know, it takes a while on the repos. It takes at least a year to get somebody out of a house and get a house repoed after they stop making payments. At least 1 year. And that's the quickest you're ever going to get it done. I'm not saying to skip your mortgage payments for a year. You'll find out how much they want that money way before the year ever comes. But, yeah, it takes a while. And his agent, you know, was telling him, get ready. It's coming. We're going to have you doing all kinds of stuff. So, you know, I don't like doom and gloom, Steve. I like to stay on the good side of life and be happy, enjoy it. But daggone people, you got to look at the facts. Everything has been way too hot. Everything's been way too good. It's been, what, daggone 15 years since a real recession. You know, most of the time we run on 7-8 year cycles, you know. And hell, even the Bible talks about the 7-year cycle. Brother Rambler might call in, tell us about that, and, you know. But anyway, you know, that's just my advice to people, and I worry about you people out there. You know, I love everybody, even the big moose, even though he don't love me, right, buddy?
Right.
But, you know, that's just the way it is in life. Sometimes, you know, you just bump some heads. It'll work out sooner or later. But, yeah, I mean, with a little bit of preparation, Lord God, there was about 20 deers there trying to cross the road in front of me. Can't you see I'm trying to get gasoline for the generator?
Oh, boy.
But, yeah, buddy, what are you going to do about all this, buddy? You got your mortgage paid off and everything?
Oh, no, not yet. It ain't paid off.
Well, I hope you've whittled a lot of it away.
I've been in the house long enough to where when I'm hearing people, you know, the numbers that are, they're paying like even to rent, paying $1,800, $2,000 a month to rent, a house or an apartment. I'm like, I'm in pretty good shape there because the prices weren't that crazy. I think we'll have been in the home 25 years this year, believe it or not. So, yeah, we're making progress, but I just can't fathom. I had the one guy who called from Florida last week saying, rent $1,800 a month. Are you kidding me? But it is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, you're kind of bouncing around a little bit. I came across may not be the best year or best summer for planning a beach vacation along, could be much of the Gulf Coast region. According to the report, a giant seaweed bloom so large it can be seen from outer space may be headed towards Florida's Gulf Coast. The sargassum bloom, at around 5,000 miles wide, is twice the width of the United States. It's believed to be the largest in history, drifting between the Atlantic coast of Africa and the Gulf of Mexico. This thick mat of algae can provide a habitat for marine life and absorb carbon dioxide. However, the giant bloom can have disastrous consequences as it gets closer to the shore. Coral, for instance, can be deprived of sunlight. As the seaweed decomposes, it can release hydrogen sulfide, negatively impacting the air and water, causing respiratory problems for people in the surrounding areas. What we are seeing in the satellite imagery does not bode well for a clean beach kind of year, according to the Florida Atlantic University Harbor Branch, the Oceanographic Institute. One of the assistant research professors at the University of South Florida's College of Marine Science told the outlet, the sargassum can still threaten critical infrastructure if it remains in coast's waters. It can block intake valves for things like power plants or desalination plants. Marinas can get completely inundated and boats can't navigate through it. The impending seaweed, as Floridians along the state's southwest coast have complained about burning eyes and breathing problems. Dead fish have washed up on the beaches. A beachside festival has been canceled, even though it wasn't scheduled for another month. They see it coming. Florida's southwest coast experienced a flare-up of the red tide algae this past week, kind of setting up concerns it could continue to stick around for a while. That the current bloom started in October. Now, this whole red tide bloom is separate from the massive seaweed bloom. All right, yeah, with that, back to the phones we go. See what's happening with Dan this morning, I believe. Morning, Dan.
Morning, Steve. I had a couple questions. Did they say where the money's coming from to pay these depositors all of their funds?
They're saying
the bank doesn't.
Right. It's supposedly it's going to come. Now, I don't know right now where the money's going to come from, but I mean, it's all, they said the taxpayers are not going to be footing the bill. This is not a bank bailout. They're going to charge, I guess, the rest of the banks around the country some sort of fees or something that will ultimately cover the cost.
Well, I mean, with the Biden administration, I mean, they make promises that are not legal, like the FDIC. So the money's not going to come from that guarantee that you see on every bank, Federal Deposit Insurance, funds insured by FDIC. That's not coming from there. Is that correct? I mean, so they're not, because that's statutorily set. So it's like I say, when they make a promise, like we are going to forgive student loans. Well, now the court won't approve it. I'm going to make everybody get the shot. That's it. Well, no, you didn't win a court victory. So, I mean, is this going to be the norm going through for all banks and FDIC insured places? That if a bank fails and you've got in excess of the FDIC amount, which is $250,000, that don't have to worry about it, the money's going to be there. I mean, we got such a lame-ass media that nobody would ask these questions.
Yeah. Well, for this particular bank, for this Silicon Valley Bank, they said 90% of that bank's deposits were accounts above that $250,000 threshold. 90% of them.
Well, I understand. That's pretty high because they did business with a lot of businesses. But it also said this is where startups go. So, where is the money that the depositors, that the customers had deposited in their checking account? Where is that? Is it out on bad loans? Or what happened to the money? I had served years ago on the board of a small community bank. And I can tell you the regulations, there's liquidity, on a day. This is before there was the computers. This is before it was online. But there was liquidity, there was testing of loans. A loan to them is an asset. They make a loan to you. That's what the bank calls an asset. Deposits a liability. And, I just, it doesn't surprise me. Again, I got to be careful here. But once again, our government, they had no idea this bank was in trouble.
Yeah,
like tomorrow morning.
Some at the bank knew the bank was in trouble because, word is that a number of, executives at the bank had cashed out a bunch of their deposits. And late last week, there were several. I shared that earlier. What was the name of the guy that said he advised get your money out of the bank? Yeah, hold that thought because we got to take care of the news break here, though, but we'll come back on what do they anticipate at the opening bell this Monday morning.
USA News Update. The head of the National Transportation Safety Board says the U.S. still has the safest aviation system in the world.
There are clearly risks that we need to evaluate, and this is why the NTSB is investigating several incidents.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, NTSB Chairwoman Jennifer Homendy expressed confidence despite at least 6 close call incidents between airplanes since December. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen expected to testify before a Manhattan jury this coming week. Court observers say it's a sign that prosecutors are close to indicting the former president over hush money that was paid to a porn star who said she had an affair with Trump. Air Force One is getting a makeover.
There are 2 new jets being built by Boeing, and the Air Force says the color scheme is changing back to what it used to be. Now they're reverting back to the standard white, gold, and light blue along the body of the plane.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I was looking for an update for Dan's question about, so where is all this billions of dollars going to come from to cover all these people's deposits later this morning, after the announcement this past evening. Customers at Silicon Valley Bank will have full access to the deposits. An extraordinary move by federal officials to backstop billions of dollars in uninsured money, for fear that the bank's collapse could lead to a greater pandemic. Well, undoubtedly. The emergency measure to prevent contagion at other small and regional banks. The rescue plan involves tapping a deep reserve of bank-funded federal insurance money. So I guess they're taking it out of the FDIC reserves that are supposed to be in place to cover people's accounts up to $250,000. In other words, I guess if the contagion thing were to actually unfold, the FDIC's reserves are going to be tapped out in no time. Regulators said customers of Silicon Valley Bank will be able to access all their money starting Monday. I guess they're assuming most of these people, obviously this bank shuttered, so they're going to take their money the millions in some cases that these small businesses had, and some of these weren't really the smallest of business. The one that had $487 million deposited. They will take that money and put it in a different bank, I guess is the assumption. The closure of Signature Bank this past day, actually that represents the third bank to topple in 1 week after California-based Silvergate, that was a lender in the crypto market. They decided to wind down their operations and pay back depositors. Federal officials said, we're taking this decisive action to protect the economy, strengthening public confidence in our banking system. I think a lot of people are going to still have that fear there, right? This will ensure the banking system continues to perform its vital role of protecting deposits and providing access to credit to households and businesses that promotes strong, sustainable economic growth. But yeah, the big fear, contagion. Administration officials, financial regulators worked all weekend, according to the Treasury Department, to shore up confidence in the banking sector before Monday. This could trigger uncertainty among depositors of other small and regional banks. President Biden says those responsible for this mess will be held accountable. Again, he plans to deliver remarks later this morning. I'm not seeing a time slated for that. I'm assuming probably 10 a.m., maybe something like that. I don't know when he's going to speak, but we shall find out. If I can find that, I'll pass it your way. But yeah, to answer your question, Dan, it sounds like they're tapping the big FDIC deposit reserve money that's supposed to be there for people like you and me.
Well, no, but that's statutory about that $250,000. So how do you get around that law? I mean, it's like, again, we talk about all the other promises, empty promises he's made that he can't keep because they're illegal, and it goes before the court. Now, you know as well as I do, when these banks open up, there's people out there, what's going to prevent, there'll be another run on the money today. I'm not going to stay in a bank like that. So what's going to keep people, because Janet Yellen comes out there and says everything's okay, and Biden goes and finds the boogeyman that destroyed the bank, and he's going to go after him? Honestly, Steve, for Lent, I tried to give up watching news, and I like to, and I think it helps my mental attitude, because it's just like one flew over the cuckoo's nest. And when I hear this stuff, I'm a truck driver, although I've owned and still own a small family business. And that's kind of how I got on that board, because it was a community bank. And I was surprised the number of times that regulators were in there. And that bank is still in existence today and still owned by the same family. But the regulators were in there all the time. So I don't understand how all this stuff happened with all the, what I'm saying, regulations we have in the country. She says we're going to go into this deep. What does she have the authority to do that?
Well, it's the FDIC, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department. Those three entities that they were meeting all weekend long. I don't know how they're doing it.
Yeah, well, but see, that's the thing to watch now, is in the next couple of days, there may be a glitch come up, and there will be a glitch come up, because I don't believe they have the authority to do this. The law does not allow them to do this. Because are they going to do this? You know, the first question that should have been asked by the dumbass media is, so does this mean all future bank failures, people who have an excess of the FDIC, why even have a limit? You're going to start paying everybody, and you're not paying individuals, you're paying companies. You know, are you going to just continue? Everybody's going to get their money, so there's no longer a $250,000 limit on insured funds?
Yeah, well, we know that can't happen. There's not.
What do you mean it can't happen?
Well, there's
You
not
just
a.
did it.
Well, in this case, she did again to prevent contagion. You know, what if the contagion happens anyway? Then it's like all bets are off.
Well, I mean, I by contagion means that everybody is going to go get their money. Is that what you mean?
Correct.
Or it's going to spread to other banks?
Exactly.
Well, okay, but I mean, but there are other banks that have failed this weekend. We don't know about them. They're small banks, or there's been banks, there's S&Ls that have failed. I think they insure S&Ls also. But there's probably been a bank that's not made it or has had to do something else. But to sit there, I mean, to make an exception for these people in Silicon Valley, or, I mean, I don't understand. I guess the thing is, out of my own curiosity, when I get off, I'm going to try to do some research and find out how that was possible. And I mean, there's a few responsible senators, like Senator John Kennedy from Louisiana, that may ask that question. Are there maybe? I mean, you're talking. I mean, what's happened to the deposits? Have they been made in bad loans? I mean, that's normally what puts a bank down, is non-performing loans, meaning people aren't paying them. And I do agree with Inbred that this economy, you know, Steve, is really kind of in a very sad shape. You used to see car dealers empty with cars. Now all the ones I drive by are pretty flush. You know, they've seem to have plenty of inventory on hand. So, I mean, I heard you talking about it, and I didn't know if you mentioned where the money was coming from. And then what will prevent people from going to, like I say, later today,
nothing,
and withdrawing all their money?
Nothing.
The people they have branches in Massachusetts and California.
Yep.
So obviously the individuals in Massachusetts will do the first run. There'll be a run on these banks. You can tell me, would you let your money sit in something like this with a scare?
If you felt like it wasn't going to be there tomorrow, you wouldn't. And that's the premise, I guess.
You came pretty close to the kiss of a brush with death here, or as the death of your bank. I mean, I wouldn't leave my money in there. Number one, I don't think a corporation can take a risk of that. Well, you know, we thought it was going to go out, and then we left it there, and now we're finding out that those terrible conservatives, they voted, you know, they went to court, and now the court says we can't have the money. I mean, I'm sure there will be a court test of it. I'm positive. And I don't know how they could win, because those regulations are approved by Congress. So I appreciate that. Steve, one other thing, I didn't listen last week because I was on a different shift, but these people hollering about Tucker Carlson with the film, is it because he's not altered the film, he's just showing the film from January 6th.
Right.
So what's the problem? Why doesn't, I mean...
That's what we're all...
I mean,
the problem is it destroys the narrative of the January 6th committee, everything that they were saying. They essentially handpicked what they showed the American people for the 6 or 8 or however many months they did the January 6th committee to prevent this narrative that it was an insurrection and this QAnon shaman guy was the leader of the pack, you know. Here he wasn't leading anybody. He's walking around being escorted by the Capitol Police through the Capitol. But he gets sentenced to 4 years in prison.
Unlocking doors?
Yes, opening doors for him.
They're actually unlocking doors for him. Yeah, and that's the case, too, where his attorney, who is from St. Louis, my hometown, he saw part of that film. He didn't see that part of the film.
Correct.
It was not provided for him, and that under federal they call that the Brady rule.
Disclosure.
Which
they failed to disclose.
Right, not to be.
Yep.
Not to be confused with the Brady bill, but the Brady rule, and I think that was from 1963, where you have to, if you've got exculpatory information, the prosecutor, you know, their job is truth, and not to you know, and his lawyer Al Watkins is saying if he had the film, he could have said, no, let's take this to trial. I just, you know, I find it, well, as I said before, I didn't want to, when I heard that promo, I've done a pretty good job of living up to my resolution for Lent, but I had to watch that, and I'm thinking, this isn't at all what I've seen. And now everybody, including Republicans like that, is coming out saying, well, my family's life was in jeopardy.
Right.
Well, how were they in jeopardy? How were they in jeopardy, Mr. Pence? We call you Vice President. You're right. The truth has finally come out, and hopefully there'll be more of it on the film. But well, I appreciate the show. Steve, when is your Mid-America Truck Show?
Be it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, March 30th, 31st, and April 1st.
And you buy tickets there at the show,
you
at entrance, or you get them in advance?
You can register online right now. Truckingshow.com is the website, and I think it's the free registration ended like February 28th. I think it's $20. That'll get you a badge for all 3 days.
Oh, okay. That's very reasonable. Okay. Well, I'm hoping to make it over there. Well, I appreciate the great show, and I'm glad to. I didn't listen much last week because I was on a different shift.
Gotcha.
Glad to hear everything. Appreciate the information. Thank you.
I think it'll prove to be interesting later this morning because I don't know. All valid questions. How can you take the rules in the banking industry that say the FDIC will back up to $250,000 for each individual account, and you can only have one account at an individual bank? They're saying that these tech firms that had invested in or put deposits, all these millions of dollars, yet knowing that a business account's only insured for up to $250,000, they're saying, well, you did not do your due diligence in researching where you were putting your money, what bank. Who amongst us really does that, though? When you go to open a bank account, for the most part, you're going to somewhere that's going to be most convenient for you, assuming that the bank is well funded, that your money's going to be there when you want it. This Silicon Valley Bank that had 17 branches in California and Massachusetts. The main office and all branches of Silicon Valley Bank will open this morning. The DINB will maintain Silicon Valley Bank's normal business hours. Banking activities will resume no later than Monday the 13th, including online banking and other services. Silicon Valley Bank's official checks will continue to clear, they say. Under the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, the FDIC may create a DINB to ensure that customers have continued access to their insured funds, DINB. But we're talking $175.4 billion in deposits at the time of closing. At the time of closing, the amount of deposits in excess of the insurance limits was undermined. Uninsured deposits. Of course, that's determined by the FDIC. So I don't know, is it, I so well remember where they say back in 2008, we were on the cusp, recall, of a complete financial collapse in this country. We bailed out the banks. Janet Yellen's been maintaining the line all weekend. We're not going to do that again. We're not going to bail out, this bank or these plural banks over the weekend. But what if the contagion continues? There were a ton of 5,000 startup CEOs and founders pleading with federal officials for support as the report started circulating of startup founders unsure of how they'll be able to pay their employees if their money's tied up in the insolvent Silicon Valley Bank. As I said, we're talking billions of dollars here. Now, they said, we're not asking for a bailout for the bank equity holders or its management. We're asking you to save innovation in the American economy. Again, with these 5,000 signing off on their petition, which says Silicon Valley Bank's failure has a real risk of systemic contagion. I don't know. All right, is that Billy on board or Hillbilly? Who we got?
It's Hillbilly.
Hello, Hillbilly.
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
Mexican border first. If we declare war on Mexico, what do we do about all the Latinos that live in the United States if they don't like it and go up against us?
Well, all right.
There's millions and millions of them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an issue in itself. I do agree we need to close the borders, and if it means put the military on there with Humvees and helicopters, let's do it. I mean, that's the first suggestion in my book. But, I mean, I just can't see us going to war just because we can have a war inside the United States if we do that, in my book.
Mm-hmm.
But this financial with the bank, what happens if the reserves in the Federal Reserve
the FDIC? However much money they've got on reserve there, what happens when that's tapped out? That's a good question.
Right. I mean, and everyone else is like a SOL and up Crap Creek without a pedal, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, there's a lot of questions there and uncertainty in my eyes, and if you start, you raise that limit to pay them off, and the next bank fails, and you pay them off, eventually, if money's going to run out sooner or later, won't it? But I don't know. I'm just a simple man who just looking at it in a simple way.
Well, that's kind of what Pappy brought that up a couple of weeks ago. He shared with us the actual amount of money that was in the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation versus the amount of, I guess, accounts that would never be able to be covered by it. This is going to be a real test of the system. Yeah, and Dan makes a valid point. I mean, if you've got the rules in banking, rules are rules typically, right? How do you waive the $250,000 ceiling on federal deposit insurance? Which that's pretty much what they did. That's waiving that ceiling. Well, for Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, what's special about these guys? The deposits will be supported by insurance funds, not taxpayer money, they say. Now, there are going to be some people that are wiped out. Bondholders, equity holders in this bank, or banks plurally, they took a risk as owners of those securities. They will take the losses. They will not be provided with any relief by the action this past day. I don't know how much money that translates to, right? We're taking new steps to make funding available to banks. Yes, they're talking about other banks to cushion any potential risk prompted by Friday's collapse. Shared that earlier, pretty much anticipating we better have some extra cash on hand today because people are going to be coming to get their money. Obviously, that's what the president's going to be speaking about this morning. Please do not panic. Have no fear. The banking system is fine. We're taking care of this unprecedented situation with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. They're going to get their money. If you all panic, boy, you don't want to see that, right? It is 844-844-3388. About a minute before news break. What else did we have? A couple of industry headlines quick. Hey, Missouri Department of Transportation announcing 2 rest areas are going to be permanently closed and converted to commercial vehicle parking facilities. Coming up later this week, the southbound Platte County I-29 rest area and the Clinton County I-35 rest area in Clinton, Missouri will be closed to all motorists as work on the facilities begins. No vehicles will be allowed to park until they reopen, at which point in time should be the end of October this year. But at which point that's going to be exclusively commercial vehicle parking at these locations. So just a heads up. And again, final hour just ahead on a Monday. Interesting day coming our way, to say the least. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. One senior Republican lawmaker has major reservations about the spending blueprint from the White House.
He basically said, speaking to Republicans, if you talk about Social Security or Medicare, I'm going to call you a mean, bad person.
Appearing on Fox News Sunday, Louisiana Senator John Kennedy tore into the $6.8 trillion proposal, saying Biden's promise that it will solve the country's financial problems shows
anything seems possible when you don't know what you're talking about.
Many believe the president's fiscal plan is dead on arrival in the GOP majority House anyway.
The only way I know how to improve the president's budget is with a shredder.
A heavy presence of Border Patrol agents and El Paso police officers have responded to an incident at the Paso del Norte port of entry in El Paso after hundreds of migrants ran onto the bridge. Customs and Border Protection officials confirmed there was a disturbance on the bridge but gave no other details. Video on social media showed hundreds of migrants running onto the bridge on the Mexican side of the border. It's unclear whether any of them made it into the United States. At least 8 people are dead. Potentially over a dozen are missing after a pair of Panga boats capsized off the San Diego coast Saturday.
We had a 911 call from a Spanish speaker. That person reported that there were approximately 15 people and 8 people on 2 vessels that had overturned.
Lifeguard Division Chief James Gartland said that rescue crews had difficulty recovering bodies due to the rough terrain, strong tides, and foggy conditions. The bracket for the NCAA men's basketball tournament is out. Today's selection show revealed the 68 teams that will compete for the national title, starting Tuesday with a couple of first 4 matchups in Dayton, Ohio. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
There's a slew of economic reports coming up in the week ahead. Nothing much on Monday, but Tuesday brings us the Consumer Price Index. Wednesday, we'll see the release of retail sales and as well the Producer Price Index. Business inventories and the Home Builders Survey are also scheduled for release. Weekly jobless claims out on Thursday morning, along with housing starts and building permits. Consumer sentiment is due on Friday. When eggs get too expensive, you do this.
To raise chickens, you need chicks, like the ones sold by the feed and seed store that Amy Scudder runs near Colorado Springs. She says she noticed that local farmers were selling eggs directly to people.
That kind of got me an idea of maybe hatching a little bit more this year and seeing how well it goes.
Scudder says they expect to hatch about 100 chicks this weekend.
I'm hoping I'll be able to sell them all and help people out. You know, I've been seeing how to help build coops and all kinds of things.
She also says people are starting to turn to social media to find others who may have chicks. I'm Richard Johnson.
The organization that runs the Oscars rejecting a bid from Ukrainian President Zelensky to appear on the telecast. This is the second straight year the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science turned down Zelensky. The United States is off to a winning start at the World Baseball Classic. The Americans beat Great Britain 6-2 in their opening game in Phoenix. Dave Collins, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour as we roll into a Monday, close out the weekend. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. I guess this would be answering Dan's question. We've been talking about, okay, so you've got the FDIC. It clearly spells out, we will ensure individuals or businesses deposits up to $250,000 per account, right? Apparently, Janet Yellen was trying to explain yesterday, in light of the 2008 financial crisis, and then again in 2020 when the whole pandemic thing got underway, and the banks, they had to take exceptional measures to keep things going then as well. They implemented some new rules. Supposedly, this falls into that category, something called a systemic risk exception. Following the alert concerning the failure and receivership of Silicon Valley Bank, the FDIC, together with the Federal Reserve and the Department of the Treasury, issued a joint press release announcing the Federal Reserve has invoked the systemic risk exception, thereby protecting all depositors. The systemic risk exception does not protect unsecured creditors of Silicon Valley Bank or the bank's shareholders. A press release also notes that depositors of Signature Bank, which was shuttered on Sunday by New York State regulators there, will also be similarly protected. The systemic risk exception. But it's all a fluid situation, right? Hey, good morning, Daryl. How was your weekend?
My weekend was fine, but it was snowy and cold. Did you get any snow over in your village?
No, just there's a little bit of snow. Covered the branches for a bit, but most of it melted away.
Same here, but it was unusual to see snow with time change.
Right.
I picked up something, I guess it was in Wall Street Journal at the end of the week, said that GM was laying off 56,000 salaried workers because they were going all electric. Those dudes make in excess of $100,000 a year, and they have all kinds of money in retirement funds and stock shares. I bet you there's some nervous people out at GM today. I use a little bank here in Fairfield called Key Bank, and one day last week, not long ago, the stock was $23, and on Saturday it was $15. That caught my attention. And redneck or hillbilly, whatever his name is over there with the generator, is going to get gas for his generator, said he saw 20 deer, so he won't go hungry this winter.
Well, that's true, as long as it can hit them or catch them.
I had a bunch of guys the other day. Some guy hit a big old stag deer weighed over 250 pounds, and one of their buddies had worked 3 years in a slaughtering house, and they jacked that thing up, cut it up, and froze the thing in about 3 hours and had meat for about 5 families. The Journal News each Saturday has about 500 cars listed on the back that are going to repo auction.
Wow.
And I met with a lady last week. She lives by herself with one little girl in an apartment, and she had a car she's paying $450 a month on. She's in the 3 year of a 7-year contract. I said, well, goodness gracious, your car is going to be wore out in over 84 months. And those are the cars they're going to start getting back.
Right. Correct.
Hand over
Yep.
fist. Because this lady can't afford a $450 a month payment. Her rent has gone up almost $200 a month over the past year. And she works on a very low scale salary. How's your family?
Everybody doing well. Had a good weekend. A nice dinner at the Mexican restaurant.
We ate at the Mexican restaurant the other day. My granddaughter had a birthday, and they serve great food over here in Fairfield.
Yeah.
Well, I'll let you go. You've had some killer callers tonight. I can't keep up with these gentlemen. They must have a encyclopedia mind.
We just try to stay on top of what's going on. But
I see you scratching your head and going to Google once in a while after these dudes call in.
Constantly, yes, all the time, which I did while you were speaking because I hadn't heard about the GM thing. I said 50 plus 1,000 employees. What do you mean? Yeah, this also happened late last week. A letter from CEO Mary Barra sent to GM workers last Thursday offered buyouts to many of its 58,000 employees, saying the company plans to trim $2 billion in fixed costs over the next 2 years. Now, they announced their plan to cut costs back in January on the same earnings call where it announced a record income of $14.5 billion last year. They plan to spend billions over the next few years transitioning to building electric cars and making other changes. They're not alone in making that shift. Ford announced split between its gas and electric segments, followed that by laying off thousands of employees in the fall. Said they'll spend up to $20 billion reorganizing for electric vehicles on top of the $30 billion they already plan to spend developing electric and autonomous vehicles. Now, GM said it planned to spend $35 billion and aims to make the electric vehicle business profitable by 2025. So far, the progress has not gone smoothly. Well, we dubbed its luxury electric truck a bummer electric vehicle. Production has been slow, and there's a Hummer electric vehicle sales freeze after reports of water found seeping into its Honda Civic-like battery. Let's see. A copy of a letter shows that the message is clear. This program is designed to accelerate attrition in the United States. Taking this step now will avoid the potential of involuntary actions. Filing for investors revealed they expect to spend up to $1.5 billion on employee separation charges and up to another $300 million in pre-tax non-cash pension curtailment charges. So the voluntary separation program available to all salaried U.S. employees with more than 5 years at the company, and all global executives with more than 2 years at the company. Workers have seen offers of 1 month of pay and COBRA medical coverage for every year of service for up to a year. The last time GM had a buyout, similar plan was 2018-19. At that time, they closed several plants, laid off thousands of employees. In the letter, GM told workers, by permanently bringing down structured costs, we can improve profitability and remain nimble in an increasingly competitive market. So it's just an offer that covers many of those 58,000 employees. Not going to lay that many off. We'll see if several thousand take the offer. I don't know how many they're looking to actually take the kind of an early buyout thing. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Eagle, you back with us this morning?
Yeah, I'm back. I wanted to say a couple other things about this Mexico deal, but I want you talking about the money situation, Steve. Like I said, people can make their own decision, but I've already determined I'm not dealing with banks. I don't trust these people. I'm not going to be locked out. Lose all my money. So I've already, moved my money into other areas to where I can get my hands on it. Because things are not right now. Like I say, I don't want to see the same thing that happened in Greece, a couple of years ago, and be locked out of your money. So that's a bad feeling.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be a part of. I don't want to be a part of nothing like that. So I'm just not gonna deal with it for right now. We'll see how it goes the next couple of months. We'll see how it goes, before I can really comment on all these other things. But yeah, Steve, now getting back to the Mexican president, I don't like the attitude. Like I say, I agree with the man, Steve. I don't know how you feel about it. I would feel the same way. I wouldn't want somebody to put their military into my country, to try to, destroy the cartel. I know these people are bad people, but they, like I say, that's Mexico's territory. That's the way I was raised. And, anybody who says that, like Q-Ball said, he thinks that the U.S. should put their people in, but how would he feel if Mexico put their people in the United States to go after certain individuals that
Right.
if we decided we didn't want to do something? So that's the way I look at it, Steve. Now I know that the cartel something has to be done. I believe in doing it the way Donald Trump did it, Steve. Like Donald Trump said, and my grandfather, the best way to hurt somebody, sometimes, Steve, you don't even have to put your hands on them. You have to hit them in their pocket. And with the Mexican president, you need to, like Donald Trump said, we need to stop doing business with these people and see how fast that Mexican president down there in Mexico get rid of them cartels and do something about it. You start telling him you're going to pull some of them factories out of there, some of those car manufacturers, car plants, and all these other jobs that we got down in Mexico. Tell that guy that and see how fast they get them get something done with these cartels. Right now, he has no initiative to do anything about it because it's not hurting him right now. That's the reason why he's not going to do nothing about this deal that's going on. But like I said, Steve, the cartel people, they know that they don't want that. That's the reason why they said, roped off these five supposedly guys that was involved in this. The cartel, they definitely don't want to be involved with the FBI. The cartel is a strong organization, but you already know that they can't do nothing with the United States military. They know that, and everybody else knows it. That's why the Mexican president is so mad, because he knows that the U.S. His people. The cartel can't do nothing with the U.S. military, and he wants to avoid that at all costs. But all this got started, Steve. It goes right back to 2 years ago, Steve. And guess who stepped into the White House 2 years ago?
things have gone downhill ever since he's been in the White House. All these things probably could be avoided if Biden would have done his job and kept on. All he had to do, Steve, it was very easy to do. He didn't have to come up with no new ideas for his campaign. All he had to do was continue on doing what Donald Trump had done in the previous administration, continue on with the construction of the wall, continue on with the remain in Mexico until you get asylum, continue on with all these policies that Donald Trump had already installed for Joe Biden. It was very easy, but Joe Biden decided he didn't want to do that and wanted to go a different direction. And now you see what happens. Now you see on television yesterday over 1,000 people bum rushing the border.
Yep.
I guarantee you, like you always hear me say, Steve, I guarantee you that 1,000 people wouldn't have bum rushed the border if Donald Trump was in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Hey, have a good morning, Eagle. Thanks for checking in.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yeah, line's available. Craig says, hey, Steve, is this bank thing? Is this bank crisis? Is this Trump's fault? Oh, my. I guarantee somebody's going to try to blame it on Trump. Is it Trump's fault or Bush's fault? Who is it? Cannot be Joe Biden's fault. Hey, hello to Steve. Columbus, yeah, weekend's over, isn't it? Just like that. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Ours didn't last nearly as long as it should have, but it was still a restful one. Suppose we should get that coffee brewed, the car warmed up, headed to town. Hopefully today will be the day I find that stack of cash in the trash that I've been searching for. Yep, everybody enjoy. Thank you much, Steve. Have a good day. Appreciate you listening in as always. The train companies are being warned to take certain rail cars out of commission, whose models may contain loose wheels after a discovery was made after the second Norfolk Southern train derailment last week near Springfield, Ohio. The latest discovery kind of increases Norfolk Southern's safety troubles, according to Axios, and adds to multiple investigations from the National Transportation Safety Board and the Railroad Administration. In response to this discovery, the Association of American Railroads has issued an advisory to stop using steel coil cars, as their wheel sets may have an increased risk of an out-of-gauge derailment. This is an uncommon defect that can create horizontal movement in the car as it speeds down the track and could lead to a derailment, according to the spokesperson. 675 cars were initially identified and impacted by the advisory and should not be used or interchanged until those wheel sets can be replaced. Norfolk Southern promptly informed the NTSB and the FRA about the problem with its own wheels, saying in a statement that it acted swiftly and issued orders to remove such cars from service until their wheel sets could be replaced. They've also allegedly taken steps to remove these specific models from service until they're fully inspected. We will analyze and address the NTSB's investigation result when they're available. We're not waiting to act in this case. Nonetheless, according to Fortune, rail workers and union leaders have raised concerns about underinvestment, cost-cutting, pushed back against safety protocols throughout the railroad industry, not just Norfolk Southern, but throughout the industry. Union representing Norfolk Southern workers warned regulators months ago that the company disregarded its own safety rules. But now they're definitely under the spotlight, right? It is 844-844-3388. We'll get Horse Feathers coming up here. Who else on the line? Yeah, we'll find out. Left me a big message there. Meanwhile, will Ron DeSantis run for president in 2024? According to Dick Morris, it would be a very bad idea for him to do so. He essentially said it would be suicide. It would be an elaborate form of suicide for Ron DeSantis to enter the race for 24. It's a little bit like the decision of Japanese kamikaze pilots to keep fighting in 1945, smacking their planes into ships and dying. If it were the 2028 election, the Florida Republican, he said, would have an absolute clear field and could win the nomination. But if he runs in 24, he will lose. And he'll lose badly. And in the process, he'll incur the wrath of 3/4 of the Republican Party. So we'll hope he doesn't do that. That 3/4 of the Republican Party are those that still have Trump. Trump's their guy for 2024. Ron DeSantis undoubtedly would garner that 25% of Republicans who are not for Trump. But that's nowhere. You're not going to get the nomination with 25% of your base. Meanwhile, there's been some talk about who might Trump pick as a running mate. Morris said he has no idea who that might be. He's not much interested in the eventual decision because we're still a long way from that, he says. But all right, back to the calls coming up at 844-844-3388. A Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The head of the National Transportation Safety Board says the U.S. still has the safest aviation system in the world.
There are clearly risks that we need to evaluate, and this is why the NTSB is investigating several incidents.
Appearing on ABC's This Week, NTSB Chairwoman Jennifer Hamady expressed confidence despite at least 6 close call incidents between airplanes since December. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen expected to testify before a Manhattan jury this coming week. Court observers say it's a sign that prosecutors are close to indicting the former president over hush money that was paid to a porn star who said she had an affair with Trump. Air Force One is getting a makeover.
There are 2 new jets being built by Boeing, and the Air Force says the color scheme is changing back to what it used to be. Now they're reverting back to the standard white, gold, and light blue along the body of the plane.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make.
You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back into it here, see what's going on. Horse feathers. Yes, sir.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I just heard your address there for the Big Rig Mattress there, talking about how you sleep on the road. And if you do like I said there last time I talked about this, is that using a toothpick to hold your eyes open, you have to make sure you use two toothpicks there, and the wooden ones, and you cut them down to like 3/4 length, and you smooth off the ends so that you don't poke your eyelids real bad.
Yeah.
But don't put one right in the center of your eye because you'll look like you're going to be running into a utility pole.
Yeah.
So
Constantly.
make sure you use two and keep them separated so you look straight out between the two of them. Don't put one in the center of your eye there. So just a just like a PSA thing there, because if you got that one in the center of your eye, it looks like you're driving right straight at a utility pole.
Bingo.
So, anyways, hey, yeah, with this financial deal now there's one thing I haven't heard anybody mention. Now these banks, these two banks here, they've given loans out to individuals and businesses, correct?
And supposedly, if you have a loan, you're supposed to keep making your payments.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. Well, but if the bank is closed and not there, well, who do you make your payment to?
Well, that's why they're saying that even the online banking reopens this morning. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
I mean, who's running things? If the FDIC is in control now, I guess all the bank management they're out the door, and they'll be sending their own suits and ties in to run things.
Yeah, that's what I didn't know, and if it was like the whole deal there. What was the movie there we were talking about with Jimmy Stewart there? If his bank closed and there wasn't anybody to back it up or anything like they're going to do, who do these people have the loans? Aren't they still liable for paying that money back to somebody because they actually borrowed it from the other people in the bank? So anyways, there, but don't worry about our fearless leader there. He has $3 trillion he's going to save in this budget, so he has $3 trillion to
Right.
spend around there.
Did you
So
hear that?
Don't worry about where.
Did you realize that budget proposal was $6.8 trillion budget?
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's what it
How many
was.
times we gonna have to raise? How many times we gonna have to raise the debt thing? So how do you have a budget of what you just say $6.8 trillion, and then you're going to save $3 trillion off the deficit
Over 10 years.
10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Huh? How does that work? But yeah, I don't know. Must be the new math or something we're working with here that we got. But anyways, there. Hey, did you see that thing about NASCAR? I actually sent you an email question. I don't know if you got it out there or not there, but it's no big deal about having Swift out there on the track there racing. They'll probably crash and be out of the way in the first couple of laps.
I mean,
when you had to.
I didn't see yesterday's race. I shared earlier, that Swift has signed a deal to sponsor the the Xfinity race. That would have been Saturday. I was kind of laughing. I said, well, did Swift hit the wall?
Yeah, well, the thing is that it's better to have the Swift car out there because he's out of the way in the first couple of 5 laps probably, But you got that yellow car out there. Heck, he's doing 63 miles an hour the whole race. He's just in the way the whole time, So at least with Swift, you just get him out of the way quick there, right? But I don't know. There you go. I'm picking on everybody again. And I don't know. Kyle didn't want me to mention this, but I'm on this thing. I think Hot Shot Secret needs a mascot. Doing these things here, and we got the kids around for some of them and the kids love mascots, and all your ball teams have mascots. And I came up with this thought that maybe Hot Shot Secret needs this like diesel dragon, you drag strips, drag racing, have a diesel dragon, fire-breathing dragon or something.
Yeah.
And Kyle's like, well, you can't have something like that because there's no money for it. And I said, well, how hard would it be to get like a day laborer or somebody to come, run around and make a fool of himself, wearing this costume and hand out stuff to all the kids and stuff. And he's like, yeah, there isn't any money for it. I'll end up having to wear the costume. But I think I got the problem figured out for Kyle as well. So if we could come up with a mascot, the Hot Shot Diesel Dragon, or maybe there's somebody with smarter ideas than me that could come up with a mascot for Hot Shot Secret. But you're going to be at the truck show, and this guy Heatwave there, he seems to fill out these costumes real well. He did the Barney the dinosaur thing in the wrestling match, and then he was running around as a pink unicorn. And I'm thinking, you'd probably be able to just Shanghai him right when he comes in the door there and take his badge away from him and say, you have to wear this costume while you're walking around here. And, here's your Diesel Dragon VIP badge. And this is what you do for the next 3 days. So I'm thinking it's going to work, and it's a win-win for everybody. Kyle doesn't have to wear the doesn't have to wear the costume, and maybe it'd be a good thing. And so but then maybe we can even have the Diesel Dragon come to the Make-A-Wish convoy there for the carnival and all that, and all the Make-A-Wish kids would like that. I know that because they got stormtroopers and Darth Vader and Chewbacca and a whole bunch of other characters, and they got some monkey on a unicycle running around leading some guy behind him. That's pretty cool. I don't know. Have you ever seen that monkey riding a unicycle? That's a pretty cool deal. So, anyways, but I guess with that, we'll let you go, and you can try to find somebody to do better than me to finish the show.
All right. Well, have a good morning. Yeah, I saw that, and I heard this on one of the news breaks where Senator Kennedy essentially said Biden's budget proposal took my breath away. The only way Biden's proposed $6.8 trillion budget proposal can be made better is with a shredder. Shred it. The budget took my breath away. His numbers are extraordinary. We're going to run out of digits here. Biden says the budget will solve our financial problems with Medicare and Social Security. That is not true, Kennedy says. Well, anything seems possible when you don't know what you're talking about, though. Meanwhile, he said Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is preventing the Senate from working on its version of the budget, as like the House is doing. We should be meeting right now. We split the budget into 12 budgets. That's the way it's supposed to work. Yeah. So for some reason, they've come up with this omnibus. Everything's got to be everything rolled into one. There are 12 different budgets, and that's the job of Congress. That's their true job, is to fund what's going on. We should be meeting to talk about reducing spending and debt accumulation, but Schumer will not allow us to meet. When you can't sit down with colleagues, it's hard to put together something to talk to the American people about. There's also no doubt there are savings that can be found. As fair-minded Americans believe, you can't find efficiencies in a $6.9 trillion budget. Kevin McCarthy has said the Republicans have to talk about cuts in spending. Kennedy said he's correct, as there have been any number of bills that passed with Republican support in the Senate that added to spending. He said he did not vote for the legislation, including a $40 billion subsidy for big tech. The idea is to bring semiconductor manufacturing back to the U.S. Right now, we have a 10% market share. We spent $40 billion on a giveaway to big tech. You know how much it's going to increase market share? 1%. I will not buy a car to get the cup holders. 1%. Okay. Plus, he said the government has to quit sending checks to Americans. Talking about the student loan program, that's $400 billion over 10 years. We had a plan to repay students' debts. It's called a job. And when it comes to Social Security and Medicare, Americans should get what they've paid for. Medicare is going to start getting in trouble financially in 2028, Social Security 2035. We should be talking right now how to make sure these programs are solvent. The problem is Biden, in his State of the Union address, decided to demagogue the issue. You can only be young once, but you can always be immature. And I thought it was very immature of the president to do that. Very good. Yes, $6.8 trillion. Speaking of Senor Heatwave, what do you say?
Good morning, Senor. Did you tell Horse Feathers I was on next right during the break?
I did not, no.
Oh, good night. Well, I sure wasn't telling him. Well, I was thinking an elephant in blue jeans and a work shirt with a baseball cap with a pencil on the ear, You know, that could be the hot shot secret genius right there, you know, but that's just me. Oh, yeah, this Biden's plan, if I understood it right, it was going to actually add $17 trillion to the debt over a span of 10 years. Yeah, even though he says it's going to save $3 trillion, well, let's think about it. That's $300 billion a year for 10 years. It really doesn't make a whole lot of damn sense, especially when you're giving, money away for groups of people that just really don't need to have this kind of thing done, like the student loan forgiveness, $400 billion. Well, that just wiped out your $300 billion you claimed you were going to save in a year.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, the election just cannot get here soon enough, and I will withstand the barrage of political BS getting slung around by the D's. Well, I don't want to say dumbass on the radio because I might offend somebody, but they're going with stuff that needs to be done. Yeah, we need to have more police officers. We need to have, something positive. And it's a political ploy. Throw the good stuff, what we need in the bill, and throw a bunch of BS in there to say, well, see, this one party didn't want to have more police on the streets. They wanted to defund the police. Well, and this is what Jackass Joe was saying. Well, those uneducated, and it doesn't mean you have to have a college degree to be educated, those uneducated to what the Dems are doing, they're going to buy that BS, and they're going to continue to vote Democrat. So, yeah, I'm not real happy about it. Anyways.
So how was your weekend?
So
Do anything special over the weekend?
Vegetated. Got to a vegetable state, just right on I grew roots on the couch watching TV. That's about all I did. So, hey, you got access to Blatt's beer, is that correct?
Not in my area. No, I had a few cases sent to me.
You still got a few cases?
Here's
what I'm going to propose.
Okay.
I will bring you a 12-pack of Shiner Bock.
Shiner Bock.
And I'm pretty sure y'all don't. Pretty sure y'all don't have that beer up there. It's got to be a regional beer. It's brewed by the Spotzel Brewing Company of Shiner, Texas.
I was going to say, when we used to go down to the truck show, the Great American Truck Show there in Dallas, I actually got to try a Shiner Bock a time or two there because it was a Texas thing.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's you have to drink that beer cold because if it gets warm, it's nasty. And how they could drink that beer warm in Europe is beyond me, but that's just the way they are, and that's the way we are. So I was going to suggest a trade. I'll bring you a 12-pack of Shiner Bock, and if you can get me a 12-pack of
Blatz. You want the Blatz splats?
Well, I'm not going to go all out like the Moose does. I'll just do one beer a day.
Yeah, there you go.
So, yeah, other than that, yeah, I've seen a porn star had sent out pictures. I think he had it on your page of Vail, trying to get up the Vail going to Denver. And he said even with the chains on his tractor, they could not pull themselves up that hill. They had to wait for a tow. And like, boy, I tell you what, that Colorado's sure getting hammered this year. I know the ski resort areas must really be happy because their season has been extended. People there in Vegas are going to be happy because that runoff is going to help fill up that dam. And of course, we're going to be happy in New Mexico because that snow on the San Juan Mountains is going to come down and drift down to the Rio Grande, which is awful nice. But did you hear? Well, I'm sure you probably did. Gavin Newsom is is going to siphon the water, the running water. He's going to try to save it and put it in storage tanks above and below ground. Do you hear about that nonsense?
I did not know.
Yeah, they said it would the water that he is going to quote save unquote is going to be able to take care of 1.3 million households for a year. And I'm thinking, you've been in office long enough and you spent money on projects that were BS to begin with. What he should have done is he should have started building dams and reservoirs to hold this water. And for future storms to come, where he can save that water. To hell with the silver minnow or whatever that's going out to the ocean. Who's more important?
Well,
the fish or the humans?
The wildlife. There's your answer. The spotted owl.
I guess so. I guess we all got to start walking around with our knuckles on the ground, dragging, going, maybe then he'll put some emphasis on the humans. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Well, I got to give it up to Alabama. I guess they are the best team in the SEC when it comes to basketball. I was really, really impressed with the way A&M handled themselves right up to game time, and then it was just, I really can't watch an A&M game, no matter if it's basketball, baseball, or football, because I know if I watch them play, something bad's going to happen. Well, this time I didn't watch them play. I just checked the news feeds every now and then, and boy, I was disappointed. But hopefully A&M does a real good has a real good run in the tournament. So
well, I was just looking here. I see they're a 7 seed, so that's not too bad.
No, that's not too bad at all. In fact, that's pretty good considering where they were at the beginning of the season. I think they were 5-6 or 6-5, something to that effect, right before they went into play, SEC play. So, yeah, they got a good team there. And as long as they can get into the Sweet 16 or the Elite 8, I'd be happy because they work that hard getting to the first round and just crap out would be typical of them and heartbreaking, but that's Texas A&M. Well, at least there's one good thing about A&M school systems. You know what the SEC people call the graduates from Texas A&M?
What's that?
Boss. All right, Senor, I'm going to let you go. You have yourself a good night.
Thank you much. Have a good morning. And what do we got? Just a couple minutes left here. We'll squeeze 5-7 in. Now, I hadn't heard from Wheelchair Dave this morning. He's down in Lake Lanier, Georgia. And would you believe it if I told you they want to change the name of Lake Lanier? We're still on this cancel culture mentality. Federal officials are pausing the plan that could lead to new names for Georgia's Lake Lanier and also Buford Dam, named after Confederate soldiers. Army Corps of Engineers issued a statement Friday announcing the pause pending further guidance from the Department of the Army. A Republican who represents much of northeast Georgia said he called the Corps of Engineers to express opposition. He said this pause is a tremendous victory and that renaming would have attempted to rewrite history, impose massive, burdensome cost on our community, and create unnecessary mass confusion. Lake Lanier, the enormous reservoir spanning almost 58 square miles, impounding the Chattahoochee River northeast of Atlanta, was named for poet Sidney Lanier. When it was built after World War II, Lanier served as a private in the Confederate Army and later wrote Song of the Chattahoochee, a poem about the river. Buford Dam is named after the nearby town of Buford, which takes its name from Lieutenant Colonel Algernon Sidney Buford, who served in the Virginia militia during the Civil War. The Georgia town is named after Buford because he became president of a railroad that actually helped create the town after the war. Cancel culture, rewrite history. Give me a break. Yeah, 5-7. Yes.
Sounds like Buford sort of rehabilitated himself after the war. How about it? So much for people, moving on and from past mistakes, you see. Real quick, I want to make a suggestion. The horse feathers said, Heat Wave has that dinosaur suit up there, man. All you'd have to do is put spikes down his back, teeth around his mouth, make it look real mean, and then put him on one of those skateboards that go sideways, that Segway thing, and then put rails up front with the little wheels and make it look like an imitation motor on the front of that, and then we'll have a dragster, and Heat Wave can run. Of course, he'll run wheelie bars out the back. That way you can pop wheelies. And kids will love that. That's a great idea. So just thought I'd throw that out there. And besides, Heat Wave might be looking for new employment with the yellow freight system when the sound doesn't. So he might be considered, the pays right. Other than that, we're going to wait for our notification come tomorrow morning. And we're going to wait for that phone call to come in a few minutes. Start pin my ear back. How about it?
All right. Thanks, sir. Have a good morning. 5-7 out. All right. Man, oh, man, when does California get a break? Forecasters tell us another atmospheric river is imminent across California early this week. Yeah, brace for another round of flooding rain, high elevation snow, and more strong winds. Many eyes are on the main powerhouse of energy that'll dive into the West Coast later today into Tuesday. But even in the days leading up to that, anything but dry in parts of California. But again, later today, more heavy rains and mountain snow come piling in once again. Of course, we'll have more on that when we come back. Again, as 5-7 said, wait for that notification at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. And we'll have all the latest. What happens in the banking and the financial markets and so much more. I hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. dream mode. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.